Tick toot, time to zoot, everyone. Hey, we're going to talk about the Al Zutt today, ladies and gentlemen. I realized that I forgot to invite AP to this because we planned this from when we planned this sometime last week.
Something like that,
Last week,
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. We're going to do it on Monday and then switch to today. But I just sent AP the link. He said he might jump in a little bit later, but we're going to we finally got I love it when they start responding, guys. Isn't that awesome?
Oh yeah. They always make it a lot worse for themselves.
Yeah, it's like with the Islamic dilemma. For years they'd post huh, what kind of idiots think that the Quran confirms the Bible? We don't even need to pay attention to this, and they would just ignore it, or they'd say 279. And that would be it. That would be enough for people. And eventually this year we finally got a bunch of them to respond, and it just gets worse and worse and worse for them. And then the Al Zutt story's been going around for a while. We managed to popularize that this year as well. And yeah, that's how you can tell when it's starting to bother lots of people, when the Dawa guys finally respond to something. They will avoid responding as long as they can avoid something, because guess what? They don't want to talk about something because they know it, and they're smart. This is smart. This is smart. From guys who are like usually tactically really, really stupid, it's smart not to respond to something that hasn't penetrated your community, not in the Zoot sense, but it hasn't permeated, not in the Zoot sense, your community, right? Why? Because here's the thing: if I make a video and I'm running my mouth, well, guess what? That doesn't mean all the Dawa guys' followers are familiar with that. They don't know. Like they're not all watching me. Most of their guys aren't watching me. So most of the people who follow them don't hear what I say in my video. Why would they want to respond to it, thus drawing attention to the issue? So they only start responding to stuff when it kind of works its way into the non-Muslim community, and the non-Muslim community starts using it, talking to Muslims, and then Muslims get bothered by something and they don't know how to respond, and they eventually start asking their Dawa guys to respond to it. And so by the time you see Dawa guys actually responding to things, that's when you know it's because their fans are panicking and demanding responses because they don't know how to respond. But then they just make everything much, 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 much worse.
There's a saying in Arabic, and it's like when someone puts eyeliner on to like beautify themselves, but they accidentally make themselves blind. So it's like you're trying to make it look good, but you accidentally go blind. So that's what these guys are trying to do. They're trying to make it look good and nice, but they're accidentally blinding themselves. So they're making it much, much, much worse. So they try to respond. They try to, refute these so-called missionary arguments, and they end up making it much, much worse for them in so many different ways. Like you said, first they're popularizing it to their followers who have never heard this stuff before, and second, their answers are so terrible that you have to imagine at least some of their community can recognize that their answers are not good. I mean, there's always going to be the ones who don't even watch the video and they're just like, oh, they got refuted. But the ones who actually pay, the 99-to-1 rule kind of stuff.
Yeah. And here we are now. They're actually, and when I went to grab this response, so guys, this is the Muslim Cowboy. This is the Muslim Cowboy and Hamza responding to the Muhammad's late night desert rendezvous with the men of Al Zutt, steamy love affair.
And by the way, Muslim Cowboy, that's the one who propagates and perpetuates the lie that Rebecca was 3. Whenever he gets a chance to, he says that. Mary was 12. Whenever he gets a chance to, he says that. That's the same Muslim Cowboy, right?
Yeah, that guy.
Yep. Okay. That's going to be relevant. That's going to be relevant.
Oh, hey, hang on. We got some people saying I see comments people are talking about. All right, guys, does anyone want to ask me about anything involving me from previous stuff that was not clear enough? You have about 2 or 3 minutes to do so, because we want to focus on the topic. I don't want you guys just constantly trying to derail what we're trying to talk about later. So here you go. Here you go, right here. Hey, look at this. What is this? David, preach the gospel, man. Stop banging on about this pathetic ideology. Yeah, that's what lots of Christians thought for many years. And they didn't realize Muslims aren't taking the gospel seriously because their heads are filled with lies, like perfect, miraculous preservation of the Quran. And Muhammad's character was so perfect, he must have spoken the truth, because if your character's perfect, you're obviously going to tell the truth. So he must be telling the truth about him being a prophet. And the Quran is filled with all these scientific miracles. And then they start saying all these things, and we start responding. They're going, no, just preach the gospel, just preach the gospel. And Muslims don't accept the gospel. Why? Because Nabil actually said it to me. No, okay. Nor Matt or Peter. I'm just going to break this down for you. I've said it a million times. Everyone here knows it. And matter of fact, if you say some stupid, this is such a serious issue in Christianity that I'll block you for saying this nonsense. It's just, I'm assuming maybe you're new and you don't know. This is what you're saying right here has been Islam's greatest asset in the West, is Christians not wanting to respond to Islam. It made it so that Muslim preachers could go into an area, say whatever they want, make up anything they want. Muhammad was a champion of women's rights. Oh, Muhammad freed all the slaves. Say anything they want, and Christians didn't want to respond to it. And it allowed them to win tons of converts based on lies that Christians didn't want to respond to. They didn't want to correct that. They didn't want to correct things because you might hurt their feelings if you tell them they've been lied to and stuff. Nabil told me after he became a Christian, for about the first 2 to 2.5 years, we focused almost exclusively on Christian topics. We were focusing on, did Jesus die on the cross? Did Jesus rise from the dead? Does the Trinity make sense? Did Jesus claim to be God? Is the New Testament reliable? Those are the things we focused on. Then I said, hey, we're applying all this scrutiny to the claims of Christianity. Why don't we apply the same scrutiny to the claims of Islam? And so we started looking at Muhammad and the Quran, using the same approach we were using. Nabil's confidence in Islam started being crushed. After he converted, he told me, he said, every single time we would go through the evidence on some Christian position, he would think to himself, wow, I didn't know they actually have good evidence for what they believe. They actually have good evidence that Jesus died on the cross. They actually have good evidence that he rose from the dead. They actually have good evidence that he made these claims about himself. They actually have good evidence for all of this. Oh, really? Why didn't he convert? Well, he said, whenever he would think about that, he would then think, but even if they show me with 99% certainty that all of these claims are true, I'm still 100% certain that Islam is true because of the scientific miracles and because of the miraculous preservation of the Quran and because of the amazing character of Muhammad. That let me know you have to kind of deal with those issues or they're not taking the gospel seriously. And what are you guys still here? David, just preach the gospel, man. Stop exposing Islam. Man, it wouldn't even surprise me if it's like, I don't think this is, because you have lots of Christians who think in this dumb, outdated way. But I mean, if Muslims are smart, they'd have fake Christian accounts going around. Come on, guys, let's just preach the gospel. Don't respond to Islam. All right. Anything else before we start?
It's also biblical, like in Ephesians 5, verse 11, it says to expose the unfruitful works of darkness. And also, if you look at Paul, he did engage the Greeks about their gods. Or at least the one that they call the invisible God. And 2 Corinthians 10 verse 5 talking about that you destroy arguments that put themselves against the knowledge of God. So if they want to preach what's in the Bible, then they ought to expose Islam. That's biblical.
Yeah, so it's like, guys, why aren't you preaching the Bible when the Bible tells you to expose false ideologies? It's like built in there.
Yeah, it's if we don't do it, then it will be a dilemma that they'll be in.
Yeah.
Did Sam call your mother no idea. I haven't been watching his stuff. I only see the clips that people send me if I'm doing some sort of show or something like that. So don't know. Would not surprise me, but I would assume that if he said something like that, then someone would have sent it to me.
I mean, he probably called you one, to be honest. Like
I did see him calling me all sorts of things, you know.
He probably skipped the mother for you
and all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, he probably skipped the mother and just went right to you.
He did do a poll. He did do a poll asking his followers if you should keep insulting or not. I don't know the results. It's on his community post.
I think someone said that he did a poll and it told him that he should stop with the insults. But good luck with that,
Oh,
guys.
really?
Guys,
Wow.
here's the issue. We were telling him to stop with the insults for years. He didn't listen to us. I don't think he's going to listen to even his fans. The guy just likes abusing. It's what he likes. He likes to do it. He likes to heap abuse on. For some reason, it makes him feel stronger, more like a man. That's what we spent years trying to keep under control. When he eventually went off the deep end, went off on his own, then there was nothing holding him back, and he started with the insults, and we're like, okay, it's too late now.
And I think the poll was worded in a way like, should I continue to insult people who hurl insults or whatever? But it's like, if you look at the people who he insults, they're just people like, hey, can you repeat that question? Or hey, what did you say?
Yeah,
hey,
I didn't understand the argument. You whore! Your mother didn't understand the argument that she shouldn't let your uncle bang her. Yeah. Let's see. Muslims are demanding you get prosecuted. Okay. I guess it's about this issue. Hang on. What happened with you and the 13-year-old girl? I keep hearing people talk about it. Why wouldn't you? Dude, why do we have an entire live stream and then people who don't watch the live stream then want us to repeat the entire live stream? Hang on. Is your wife worried about what you said? Worried about what?
Yeah, there's like 6 hours in that live stream, so you gotta narrow it down.
David, you better than us? What? Hang on. Recap the, let's see. Where'd that question about the 13-year-old go? That seems to be the one that people kept asking about. Again, getting messages on that. Oh, here we go. Okay. Hey, deep fried sponge. Since it was apparently too difficult for you to watch the live stream, I mentioned in the context of telling people that, well, if you're just honest about stupid crap you've done, then who's going to expose you, right? Because that's Sam's main weapon. I mean, apart from the Bible, right? The Bible is his weapon for controlling people. His other weapon is threats, right? And his main threat is just over the course of you talking to him, or if he's like your spiritual mentor, or you're married to him or whatever, over time, he just he gathers information on you and he always saves it. And then if you ever try to cross him or abandon him, I will expose you for this. We've seen it. We saw him doing it live. Well, you didn't, because you didn't watch the live stream, but we saw him doing this on his own live streams. I mean, he's sitting there telling his wife, oh, yeah, if you do this, then here's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to expose you for this and expose you. And he goes down a list of things that he has prepared. And whenever he's doing this, people don't want to have to deal with all this stuff. They don't have to deal with something they did 10 years ago or said 10 years ago or something like that. So they just let him get away with stuff. So my point was, what are you going to expose me on? I'll tell you the worst stuff about myself. I mean, I would assume that, telling you I bash my dad's head in with a ball peen hammer and stuff kind of give you the clue that I'm not scared of my past being brought up and things like that. Anyway, I went ahead. I took it to an extreme just to show our good friend Sam how completely unscared of being exposed I am. And I said, I will share bad stuff that I did that no one would ever find out. Not one person who ever watches me would ever find out about this stuff if I didn't bring it up myself. So I brought that stuff up myself just to show, one, what are you going to do to me? How are you going to expose someone who will expose himself in a heartbeat? And the other thing I was trying to show, which we talked about in the live stream that you didn't watch, was, guys, it's just good to be, if you've done horrible things, you don't need to spend your life covering them up. Acknowledge them. Acknowledge horrible things you don't. Keep in mind, I'm not telling you to run around sharing everything. It is good that if you're accountable to someone, if there's someone that you, or a group of Christians or something like that, that you share things you've done with, because it just helps you. It just helps you if you're accountable to people. I'll blurt things if it's not causing problems for another person who's involved. If it's just something that I'm telling you about myself, I just don't care. I'm not scared of stuff. I'm not scared of people knowing that I've done horrible things. So I mentioned horrible things that I've done. And so one of those things was I mentioned that before I got locked up, before I was a Christian, at one point I had sex with a 13-year-old girl and a 15-year-old girl. So I mentioned that. And of course,
when you were 18, it's important
Yeah.
to point that out.
Yeah.
So we're talking like senior in high school, freshman in high school.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mentioned that. And of course, the Muslims are running with it. You see, David is a pedophile. Oh, okay. And guys, I'm not responding. Let them run with that for a while. Let them make their comments. Because by implication, what can we conclude? And they're calling it grape. You graped her. I agree. That would be what's called statutory, meaning that a minor is not considered capable of consenting, right? I mean, she can consent, but legally that doesn't count as consent because she's a minor. So that would be the sense in which it is grape. So if Muslims are saying that's what it is, then they're acknowledging that a 13-year-old cannot consent. Okay, then, obviously, can a 6-year-old consent? Can a 6-year-old consent? 13-year-old, that's like a grandma. That's like a grandma by Daniel Hakikachu's standards. He's okay with 4 and 5-year-olds. So anyway, that's what's going on there, guys. Yes. And Muslims who are watching, I don't know if you guys notice, but every several years, I give you some new stuff to attack me with until it kind of doesn't work anymore, and then I'll give you something else. Well, this is the latest, guys. This is the latest. See if you can figure it out. All right, we ready? Anything else?
Good.
We're good to go.
Guessing that was the main thing that people wanted to know about. So yes, guys, if me doing something when I was 18 years old, before I was a Christian, if that means that I cannot be trusted ever again, then that's your choice. That's your choice. I ain't your boss. All right. What should we do? Should we jump into this or take some super chats right at the beginning?
Oh, didn't you want to play the song?
Oh, you want the song? Hey.
Oh, I thought you wanted it.
Hey, let's play the song while taking super chats.
Oh, that's a good idea.
That
All right,
is
guys,
cool.
gonna play the song, and I'm gonna take super chats as long as the song's going on. All right, everyone ready? Let's see.
Let's do it.
Jai thinks this might get, there might be issues with it, but I don't know. AP's played it, so we'll see. Big Rig asks, was the lube halal? You mean for the night of Zutt?
I hear that train a-coming. It's a-rolling around the bend.
Go
in
to
the
Kentucky
desert
Ballistics.
sands of Mecca where the wild nights never end.
I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Muhammad
I'm going to turn this down.
Told his buddy stay right here.
Well, listen to
Then
this.
the Zutt boy showed up naked, bringing quite the atmosphere.
Zutt, Zutt.
The Zutt train's coming, tall and skinny, dark and bare. They're piling on him, riding the prophet without a care. No gin, just nomads in the fray, crowding around him till the break of day. Zutt, Zutt, that train's a-rolling, a desert party that won't fade away.
All right. That used to be our new theme song for a while. Whenever we're talking about Zutt. We have Go to Kentucky Ballistics. How hard do guns kick? And find my comment about Zutt. Please like and comment to get people interested. You all heard that, everyone. You have the reference here. How hard do guns kick? Muslim cowboy said he'd do anything Mo did. Add the Zutt.
They're forming a conga, turning prophecy into a wild night. From dusk till dawn, they kept it tight. Rodeo.
That's true. Muslim cowboy did say he would do anything Muhammad did. So the story of Zutt is true. That says something about Muslim cowboy. John Dolan argues in his new book that the Iran-Iraq war had almost nothing to do with the Sunni-Shia split. What are your thoughts? Yeah, kind of weird, but not a good time to talk about that. Where's AP? Already explained that. You lot, listen up. The intricacies of Zutt. Right. Being genuine here, do you think you fully repented? Is your ministry in response to your past? I don't know. I felt like there wasn't closure last stream.
They're chugging onward, leaving folks to wonder what it's for. They rode him hard, they rode him free. A tale too wild for theology. Zutt, Zutt, that train's still hauling.
What do you mean by fully repented? Of what? Of being violent? Am I still violent? Of doing things with underage girls? When have I done that? Only person I've had sex with since then has been my wife. So what do you mean? I'm always interested in what people mean by repented, because I think lots of Christians just think like it's like crying a lot or something like that. It's like, where are you getting that from? Repenting means changing your mind. Changing your mind, turning around, causing you to turn around from something. Are you asking if I've fully done that? I don't know. What do you think? Muslims gloating over your confessions all over X. I know. And I told them. Matter of fact, I said it when I was saying this stuff. I said they were going to use it. And I told them to use it. And they will. Don't worry, David. I won't judge you for your past. The men of Zutt have also been down some very dark paths. That is correct. St. John of Damascus spoke on Islam and had no fear of exposing it for what it really is, a champion for Christ. Shame on him. He should have just preached the gospel. Muslims are traumatized by the story of Zutt. Hopefully it's embarrassing enough for them to leave Islam and come to Christ. It's good that it's becoming more common knowledge. And guys, it really does come down to people just sharing the story everywhere. Jalina says, do you feel guilty for past sins after repenting? That is why you came clean. Was your dad okay after the attack? If not, how was he? He did have brain damage. So, I mean, he lived, but he wasn't fully okay. He had seizures and stuff after that. Do I feel guilty? No. That's something else people will think that repents means, like, again, like feeling bad or something like that. No. Let me break it down, Jelena. I have never felt guilty about anything I've done. Not about bashing my dad's head in, not about anything. I lack that feeling. And it's just weird that you can say, oh, I did that. I was wrong. I'm never going to do that sort of thing again. I'm going to change. I'm going to completely change my life. And people go, what about feeling bad? I lack those feelings. I don't know what you want me to do. Do you want me to like try really hard? Gosh, I don't know what to do. All I can do is play the hand I've been dealt. Follow up, not being malicious when I asked this, was there a personal resolution between you and the girl? No, I went to jail and prison. And by the way, what do you mean personal resolution? She wanted to have sex. We had sex. What do you think? Well, like what? I don't know what you guys mean by some things. Anyway, let's see. Thanks for the work, guys. It's what we do. I wasn't much into your Islam content, but now with Charlie Kirk killed, Zohran elected, UK invaded, I read the Quran, teaching the Islamic dilemma to my Christian friends. Oh yeah, guys. That's where it's at. I'm telling you guys, if you got to where 5% of Christians could at least break down the basics of the Islamic dilemma, dawah is done forever. You will never see a successful dawah table again. Noctis says, I left in Islam in 2020 after finding contradictions in the Quran and Hadith, the doctrine of abrogation, and borrowings from apocryphal texts. I couldn't accept child marriage or persecution of Christians. I will enter the Catholic Church in 2026. Left Islam in 2020. Good, you left Islam. What did you think about the you guys know what this is? Daily Wire? Was it Daily Wire? Was she on the Daily? What's D Wood? D Wood, DW is normally D Wood. But I don't know.
I think AP, maybe he means AP. I think AP just did something on wait, what didn't he just post something with Lubna?
Check it out. I know she talked to Tommy Robbins, but that's not. DW.
He just
See
did
if anyone
something.
else mentions it in the chat, because I'm looking at the super chats right now. So anyone brings it up. DW normally on this channel means D Wood or Daily Wire. So I don't know if she was on the Daily Wire. If so, that would be cool. But no, I haven't seen any of that. Hey Jai, real quick, while I work on basics of Arabic workbook, can I listen to the pronunciation of each letter while I write them repeatedly? Is there a site?
Is there a site?
Like to teach them how to do it.
Oh, it looks like he just wants to listen to the pronunciation
Oh,
of
you wanna
the
know how
letter,
each letters are pronounced?
over and over again as he's practicing writing them.
Oh yeah. There's plenty of plenty of videos where you just type in like, let's say you have a difficulty pronouncing a certain letter, type in that letter and type in like, pronunciation, and they'll have like lots and lots of videos of people giving you like, this is where you want to, like, this is where the muscle is in your throat and this is how you want to pronounce it. And you can just keep practicing that over and over and over again. And there's also tons of videos where they have like, just people teaching you the alphabet and stuff like that. But for people who are like native English speakers, there are a set of letters and letters that have sounds that are difficult for native English speakers to pronounce, that they like focus on for native English speakers. So you should be able to find, there should be plenty of content on that. And they're not all Muslim channels either, by the way. You can find channels that are just teaching Arabic that are not pushing Islam.
What did you think about the AP Lubna interview? Yeah, so I don't know.
Oh yeah, that's the AP
maybe DW was just a mistake, because said DW instead of AP. But yep, haven't seen it yet. Didn't even know it existed. No one told me anything until now. David,
it was about 5 hours ago. 5 hours ago, they just did it.
That's cool. It's really cool about Lubna, because she had to move because they're threatening her, and so she had to actually take off and stuff. And it's really easy in that sort of situation to really dial things back, which sounded like that's the direction when it was happening. That's what it sounded like. That sounded like the direction she was going to go, and she's going to pull back, right? And she said, "I'm still going to have a channel. I'm going to talk. I'm just not talking about any of this stuff." And so that's one direction you can go in, or you can dial things up. And she talking to Tommy Robinson, talking to AP, that will increase the hostility against her. So just by having the conversations with them, even if she's like totally nice and reasonable and challenging them on various things and so on, will still get her into trouble. So she, hats off to her. She's going in a direction where she's not caving to the threats. She moved, and she's talking about things she wants to talk about, and she's not backing down at all, it looks like. Robert says, David, I have mental illness, and I live in constant fear of being exposed. That live stream was incredibly inspiring. I admire you greatly and pray that Christ preserves you. Yeah, that's why I tend to, just blurt out things from my past. It's kind of, okay, if I'm just wired to be the guy who doesn't really care about being exposed, maybe I can show other people, hey, it's actually not that bad. Yeah, people might use something against you and so on. What if you don't care? What if you don't care? Then what do people have? What can people do to you? What can they do? And also, if I bring up all the stuff I've done, all the rest of you look way better by comparison, right? So what are people going to condemn? Just beyond, again, most people don't need to be saying stuff online and stuff like this, but it is good to share stuff with a group of people or with a person that you trust and so on, who's never going to use it against you as a weapon and so on. So it's actually a good thing to do, but nothing to fear. And if anyone's like, "Oh my goodness, I can't believe you drove 55 in a 54. Shame on you. How dare you go 55 in a 54?" Be like, "Hey, you should, I'm a saint compared to David." Then what are they going to say? Let's see. D Wood's penance get zooted by what the heck, man? Ain't nobody getting zooted except Muhammad. Sam is introducing Arab culture. Muslim communities groomed me with this. As an ex-Muslima who's been ex-Muslima since 17, now 30, the amount of shame and talk I brought was never ending. Yep. Sam is clearly Middle Eastern in culture. 129 to 461 in poll from, Thaddeus's channel. So Thaddeus did a poll and said, how many of you have actually been abused by Sam? 129 to 461 people.
Wow.
That's a lot of people. It's like, he goes, hey, how many of you have been abused by this guy? 129 who are watching.
How do you even get time to abuse 129 people?
Oh, he can do it. He can do it. I mean, when you do it to like 10 different people every live stream, then.
Wow.
Not as good as the songs I emailed you, lol. I'll check it out. You are the redeemed goat. Love you. A walking testimony of the power of the gospel of God. Yo, apostate of Allah. You mentioned, I forget what you mentioned. I think you said like the 20th or something. Want to have apostate of Allah on, share a testimony. I think you mentioned like I'm going to be gone. I'm going to be gone to a conference at that time. So it would have to be before or after. So could do it this week before I go, or even this coming weekend. Other than that, it would have to be after traveling and stuff. Any chance to review Ryan the Scottish Korean before he leaves U.S. to the U.K.? He might face arrest. He was on Sky News talking about Zutt. Oh, I know him. I didn't know he was in the U.S. Yeah, he emailed me a couple times. Guys, I've just been really busy, and so I'm way backed up on emails. But yeah, I'll try and catch him if he's still here. Yee-hey, round up the for the Muslim Cowboys. Yeehaw! Let's see. D. Wood, go all the way. Just admit you had killed JFK. I admit nothing. D. Wood, I'll expose you tomorrow. Everyone will know what you did to your dad. Jai, you coward. Last chance to disavow him.
Oh, is that Mike Winger?
Guess Jai missed his chance now.
Yeah, it is funny. I'll just be talking about something, and then people will be like, "Shut up, David! You tried to kill your dad." And it's like, okay, my own bro raped me, but I'm a new man in Christ.
See, you're actually encouraging people to talk about their past and probably things that they normally wouldn't say. So,
and look, nothing bad happened. Like, the world didn't end. Just say it, and it's healthier for you, and other people can then come alongside you, support you, pray for you, and then it will be less bad for your mental health that way.
Yep. And notice no one's going to be like, "Oh, shame on you. You were a victim." And you are a new man in Christ. Lots of us did terrible things in the past. I grew up in a household of neglect and abuse. I am no better. I have a very dark past. We love you, bro. Thank you. David, post the lyric of the Zutt song. I don't have that. AP does. Yeah, AP needs to make the video but have the lyrics on it. Is the teddy bear's head still hanging somewhere? We'll never forget that one. No, I think that ended up in the garbage. I should have saved that. I could have just put the head on my. That was from when we beheaded a teddy bear to illustrate what Muhammad Hijab was saying. How he was saying the Quran would be interpreted if you didn't interpret it through the Hadith. He was saying that you would interpret, strike them. He said it's the same word as like strike at their necks and stuff. So,
yeah.
Let's see. David's contrite heart for his contrite heart. That's why they call me Contrite Heart David. For his mistakes is a perfect rebuke to all of us who have more regular emotions, who are non-repentant, contrite before the Lord. Note. Hey, Eli says, love you, brother. And we love you, Eli. Hey, Eli, you going to the conference next week? Let's see. I've done plenty of evil, but I stopped thanks to God. Yeah, guys, that's how it works. You realize you're wrong and change course. It shouldn't be a surprise that your past was so messed up you're a diagnosed psycho. I was shocked and cringing listening to it, but unlike many of us, changed and now condemns it. That's the true meaning of being born again. Your story strengthens my belief that only Christ can truly transform, because never saw anything else make such transformation in someone's life. God bless you. David, is it a Christian thing not to expose abuse? Is it a Christian thing not to expose abuse? I hear that from some people. whenever whenever you get to a point where like, okay, we have to expose this, then it's, oh, you're causing division. You're causing division. I think that's a misunderstanding. I think it is a good idea, stuff that can be dealt with behind the scenes and stuff. You should try that. If it continues and it doesn't change, then it stuff just has to be called out.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, Giant Dia, so you guys remember that with Jay Smith, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So Jay's been, he's been saying like completely false things about me for a long time, and then he started saying some things about others. But he was giving arguments that are just like bad. Like all you have to do is look them up, and they're bad. It's based on like completely false claims, and eventually got to the point where you guys responded to him, and then tell me, guys, have you seen? Why are you causing division with this? Did you see that?
Oh yeah. Yeah. There's associated with that kind of mindset. It's like this cover up culture, where it's just don't let anyone know about this. Don't keep it all. Like you said, as much as you can deal with it in private, you can. But if it is like instance like this was like 1 million views, and there's a responsibility on us to, like, if we know something is wrong, and we're probably not going to be able to reach those same 1 million people, we can try our best to try to correct things or set the truth out there. Then yeah, that's what we did. But yeah, we got hard. Actually, that was like we haven't had like more attacks on us than ever before since the Jay Smith people started coming after us.
But what is it that you want from us? Because when we leave things unsaid and it comes out, well, you knew it all along. Why didn't you say anything?
Mm-hmm.
And then when you say something, you're causing division.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what you do. You're condemned
Yeah.
either way. If you keep quiet about it, then when it eventually comes, yeah, that's exactly what's happening. Like was saying, David, how did you? I'm getting simultaneously condemned for two completely different things. David, why are you talking about this? How dare you talk about this? You're helping the Dawa guys by talking about this stuff. And simultaneously, David, why didn't you should have talked about this years ago. How dare you? It's like, okay, what am I supposed to do?
Yeah.
Yeah. And what it means is people just have completely different views, and some of them don't make sense. And so no matter what you do, you just get attacked.
And how do you think that world, the non-Christian world, thinks about us when they've discovered bad things and they knew that we knew about it and we stayed quiet? We look like such hypocrites then. It's not, it doesn't help the Lord if you cover up and then you get found out by, people who are not Christian. They're not going to follow God then.
Yeah, and that's true with moral issues like we've been discussing recently, but then on the Jay Smith issue, in like bad arguments and stuff, like if we let terrible arguments that are based on just made up stuff spread for years and become normal in Christianity, we don't stop it. What happens when it's exposed, right? Why didn't you guys say something? Well, because if we say something, we get attacked. Well, we're attacking you now. It doesn't matter. So it doesn't matter what you do. You get attacked. D. Wood, you said you're the type of guy that doesn't mind being exposed. There was another guy 14 centuries ago who also didn't mind getting exposed. That's true. I was waiting for you to confess that you were a wingaling. I was very disappointed. Haha. Why does Sam act like he gained the strength of 30 men? I will never confess that I'm a wingaling. I will confess to killing JFK before I... Anyway, have you done a video on the Waraka dilemma? What's the water? You guys know what the Waraka dilemma is? I could probably figure one out.
Yeah, I was going to say, I could probably figure one out too, but I don't know what the specific thing that they have in mind there.
Yeah, so did someone make... Are you coming up with this, or someone else has posted about the Waraka dilemma? Because, yeah, I could actually think of one based on things that the Hadith say about Waraka. But if someone else is coming up with it, that's better. After the live stream, I've realized that AP is an angel compared to D. Wood. Yeah, imagine that. D. Wood, you are very cunning. If Muslims attack you for what you did as a teenager, how can they follow a prophet who did the same as a man in his 50s? No, I know. And especially, like, how do you condemn me for something that I also condemn, but you guys can't condemn, and your prophet never condemned because he did worse? How do you even have time to abuse 129 people? She casually said. She's Arab. I absolutely dropped laughing. Wanted to stay longer, but Gotham needs me. Before I go, I recommend the Litany of Trust and Litany of Humility prayers. God bless all. Later this week or the weekend is good. Okay, yeah. Send me. I'll message you. Being vulnerable and open is powerful and not weakness. What do you know, Issa? You're nice to everybody. You don't know what it's like to mess up things. Given your psychopathy, such a different internal world, it's an interesting miracle you came to Christ. I'm glad for what you say and do. Thanks, D. Wood. Yeah, and that's kind of why, we're talking about Sam and going pretty hard, not in a Zutt sense, but we're going pretty hard because I know from experience, if you have these kinds of issues, you absolutely have to hit complete, utter rock bottom. You have to. You will try everything. You come to depend on every sort of abuse and manipulation tactic in the world and so on. And you just keep running through various manipulation tactics and stuff like this as long as you are able. If you have to get to a point where every trick in your tool bag fails completely and you're just naked and defeated. And then you think, wow, this is what my way has gotten me. This is what doing things my way has gotten me. So Muslims have to find out that all the lies they've been told all their lives from the Dawa guys are complete nonsense. That's how they start thinking more seriously about about their positions and so on. People with certain personality disorders, people who rely on manipulation to get through life, threatening and intimidating others, they have to get to a point where threatening, intimidation, manipulation, it no longer works. Now, the problem with Sam is he has a cult group, and if they keep basically worshiping him and not challenging anything he says, it's a problem if he never hits rock bottom. Let me put it that way, because he'll just continue. My confession is I can control when I pass wind and control its potency. I've used this power on children and the elderly.
Why? Leave the children and the elderly.
Yeah. Have you ever cried, David? God bless you all. When I was young, I would occasionally, I remember my dad said I was like 2, but it can't be. I remember it. I remember breaking my arm. And so I'm thinking I was like 3 or 4. It's one of my really early memories. But I broke my arm, and then I don't remember what happened immediately after that. But then I remember being in the truck. Some guy was driving me to the hospital, and I was sitting in the truck with my dad with a broken arm. Still got the. I don't know if you can see it. See that nasty scar right there?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. They said I wouldn't have full use of my arm anymore and stuff. But anyway, I remember being in the truck and I was crying. And then I just thought, why am I crying over this? What's this change? I'm like 3 or 4. I think, why am I crying over this? And I stopped. But I would occasionally cry enraged. Like if I was enraged and I couldn't get my way and I couldn't control things and stuff like this, I would cry in rage. After I became a Christian, I could kind of get choked up over like someone becoming a Christian or something like that, some awesome testimony or something like that.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's the sister from Somali Christian TV, when she was sharing her testimony. There's an actual live stream out there. Bonus points, anyone can find it. Where you actually see David break a tear when he hears her testimony. I don't know if you remember that or not, but it's a true story.
So there's that. And then as far as like getting choked up or crying about something, like someone's suffering, like something bad happening to someone. Cause I don't have any feelings when something bad, like everyone could be beheaded in front of me. There's no bad feelings, that I have, but that's happened about 3 or 4 times. And I've mentioned those previously, but matter of fact, I talked to Matt Fradd. That interview is supposed to come out tomorrow, Pints with Aquinas, but he was asking me about this stuff, and the first time was our third son was born. You don't know what's wrong, and and he had myotubular myopathy, but you don't know that. It takes months of tests to figure out. But he's born with what's called floppy baby syndrome, meaning baby's born, baby's not moving, baby's not breathing. All he's got is a heart rate. And that could be a brain problem, could be anywhere in the nerve, could be in the nerves, could be in the muscles. They don't know. They have to start running tests, and they'll just, okay, what's the most likely? And they'll ask you about family history because they'll try and find out if it's something that runs in a family or something like that. Anyway, we didn't know, baby not moving. And so after several hours, it's night, and my wife and I pray, and praying to God, all of a sudden, like I get choked up, but it was along the lines. It was along the line when it happened. When I got choked up after something else, something bad happening. It was along the lines of like, what the hell was that? It was like that. It was like that. What just happened? What was that? What was that weird feeling?
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah. It was like that. Yeah, it was like, so that was the first time in my life I'd ever felt bad for something that was going on with someone else.
Wow.
But it was almost like what just happened. So anyway, there was that. And then another time, when our fourth son, who had the same disease, died. My wife actually, did CPR and brought him back. But while she's doing CPR, she tells me to call paramedics. I call paramedics, and it was a situation where a nurse had turned down the alarm. Because he's hooked up to an alarm. If something goes wrong, alarm goes off. A nurse had turned it down because she's like, oh, I'm going to be right beside it, so I'll hear it. I don't need it blasting. So she turned the alarm down. Marie's just in the next room. She didn't hear it. She didn't hear the alarm as he's dying. He dies. No alarm. All of a sudden, open the door, and the alarm's been going off for a while. And his heart rate's at 0. Everything's at 0.
Wait, the nurse left?
No. She left without turning the volume back up. So we think it's, it doesn't, you can, if anything goes wrong, you hear the alarm. A nurse turned the volume down super low and then forgot to turn it back up when she left. So we did not know. So, right then, I'm calling 911, and I pray, and I say something along the lines of, God, if Paley has to go at any point, let it be my fault, not my wife's fault, because she'll blame herself. Oh. She'll blame herself. If she's in the next room and he dies, she's going to blame herself. So I prayed. I said, God, if he has to go, let it be my fault, not her fault. I can take it. And I got choked up when I said that. And then the other time was at Nabil's funeral. This is when I actually cried. And this would be the first time I actually cried over something happening. Because like Nabil died.
Tears streaming out.
Like feeling sad, or?
Yeah, felt really sad, and tears. And that was like Nabil died. I didn't feel anything. My mom died. I didn't feel anything. My dad died. I didn't feel anything. Nothing like that. And matter of fact, I noticed it would. The first times when I was talking to God in prayer, right, with one son, and then the next time I got choked up, it was praying to God for another son, Paley. And then the third time was while talking to Nabil's parents, because they didn't like me. And I was never nice to them after Nabil converted. It was like, yeah, he converted. So what? Not grasping how traumatic that is to their family, their son leaving Islam. And so there's a big line of people who are going up to, greet the families. Got his Christian family and his Muslim family there. And the Christian family is kind of fine, right? They believe he's in heaven. So they were fine. Nabil's family was absolutely sobbing. And I was like, do I even go up to them? Because, this might make it worse. Do I even go up to them? Do I even walk up to them? They know, in their minds, I'm the cause of all this, like him converting and so on. So do I want to go up to them? But I know they always like my wife. They never stop liking my wife. And so, but I don't want to leave my wife alone. So I'm going to go up. And right when I get there, like his dad kind of turns away from me and he's like facing Marie and stuff. And I'm like, okay. And anyway, then he eventually turned to me and stuff. And I apologized to him for not being nicer to him, and not, just not being nicer to his family and stuff like that as they were going through difficult time. And I'm talking about like with Nabil's conversion. I was just, so what? He converted. What's your point? So anyway, I apologize, but yeah, as I'm like hugging Nabil's dad and his mom and his sister, I said the same thing to all three of them. Yeah, I broke down and started crying. And
Wow.
then I walked away, and like 4 or 5 steps, and it's just gone. Boom. It just turned off all of a sudden.
Wow.
And so anyway, I was thinking about it later, and I was like, okay, all 3 times I actually like got emotional. It was while talking to someone. So I don't know if like some part of the brain is activated and that actually changed something if you're actually communicating. Because if I'm by myself, there's nothing. It's never been anything. Anyway, gosh, we're here to talk about Zutt.
Hey, is it true that if someone yawns around you, it doesn't make you yawn? You don't yawn?
What?
Oh, so you never experienced? Okay, so there's this thing that they say that if you yawn and you see someone else yawn, like our brains, it's like a empathy thing.
They sync. It syncs.
Like the brain sync, and they say people who have like the conditions that you have, like they don't. That's one of the tells that like they don't. Oh, okay.
I have no idea. I yawn a bunch though, because I'm normally like always tired.
Oh, okay.
Could the
It
Muhammad's
seems like it's usually like an effect. Like even if you yawn on the stream, you'll probably make a bunch of people start yawning.
Oh, that's fine.
But yeah, it's just a thing. It's like a chain effect. But anyway, that's really interesting. So do you know if that's a common phenomenon with like
what
other people with that with like different similar tendencies? Like, do they ever talk? Do you know other people with your condition? Do you know other people?
Not like personally and stuff. I mean,
Oh,
I know.
okay.
I mean, I get messages from people who have similar issues, but I've never asked them about that.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, no, I was wondering about that. I was hoping that I would like see Jordan Peterson sometime, and like if there was ever a situation where I could like ask him about it, I would be like, is there something about like talking to people and talking to God or talking to people that it's activating a part of your brain, and maybe this part of your brain actually has something to do with, I don't know.
You see a bunch of people are yawning now in the comments.
Oh, sorry. See, just because I mentioned it, now they're all yawning. It's a weird thing.
Could the Muhammad's al-Zutt encounter explain why Muslims pray the way they do? Well, we don't know. We must unite. We must unite with Sam Shamoun to fight Mike Winger. That'd be a tough call. Which side? I too have a dark past, and I once took 2 free samples when the sign said, please take 1. How could I be so cruel?
How dare you?
Now listen here. Let me tell you about your mother. Go full Sam Shamoun. To the morons in chat insulting Assyrians because of Sam, do not mix the two. Sam is a pariah in the Assyrian community. He's Catholic today because the Assyrian church won't let him show his face. Oh yeah, if everyone's guys, keep in mind they're awesome. They're awesome Assyrians. But you do have you do have a lot of Assyrians who still have kind of a Middle Eastern culture and so on.
And
there are also Middle Eastern people as well.
Yeah,
that's
don't
true.
Think
so don't just group everyone.
I've never met one, but no, I'm just kidding.
Hey.
Yeah, guys.
Crying on the stream.
Yeah, the only place in the Middle East that you just never find a good one is Turkey. The Turks.
AP, where you at?
After Sunday's intense live stream, looking forward to cleansing my palate with a batch of freshly baked al-Zutt. Yeah, we're going to have to actually jump into this because people keep sending super chats. Matter of fact, let me just go through them real quick. Cover-up culture. Scared children hiding under the blankets out of fear and insecurity. Yep, that would be cover-up culture. Why did you not expose Sam when his wife was abused? Because I would take that as her decision, right? You see what I'm saying? If she doesn't want that public, I consider that something dealing with between them and people connected to them, and not be blasted all over the internet. Guys, I've said it before. Like, when do you see me exposing people? That's not what I do. That's what Mike Winger does. But yeah, you have to cross some serious lines before I'm like, I'm exposing you in public. And even though this is going to cause problems for everyone around you, because you're going to go off and lose your mind as soon as someone starts exposing you. You've crossed so many lines that it has to be done now, and we just have to all deal with the damage and the and so on. Yeah, as far as like expose, I mean that's some serious stuff. Like, because I mean this is the age of the internet. Now you're putting it all over the internet. Now this goes to everyone online. It goes to everyone's families. It goes to children and so on. That's a serious step. Stuff like this always reminds me. And with that said, it's also just I don't know when the appropriate time for stuff is. Right? I don't know. Oh, this is when it's appropriate to blast something all over the internet. I don't know. So I would rather err on the side of not exposing something all over the internet. Because once you do that, there's no taking it back. There's no taking it back once it's out there. Stuff like this always reminds me that Christ didn't come for saints but for sinners. We all have sinned and deserve death. Christ is our Redeemer. Is it true that Sam's acolytes are joining with the Dawa gangs to try and dox Jai and DOC? Well, that's definitely what one of them said. What do you guys think about that?
It is true. Jai put on our community post that one of his mods said as much.
Yeah, trying to work with Muslims to dox us. By the way, to that mod, don't you think that if that Muslim had my photo, that he would have posted it by now?
Yeah, that's Central Dawa, and he did say months ago that he will put our faces all over TikTok, and then we dared him to do it through a response video, and he didn't.
Yeah. So the fact that you actually believed him says more about you than anything else.
So you believe a Muslim over us,
and you want to dox us. That's
yeah, and yeah, I think they were thinking about talking about doxing the archive and stuff too. But I mean, guys, think about the mentality, right? One, you got like Jai and DOC. DOC is an ex-Muslim. Kind of a good reason not to be showing your face. And we'll get them and we'll dox them and so on. That you're kind of saying, hey, I want to put your life in danger. Over what? Like, guys, what did Jai do?
Nothing.
Jai watched some of Sam's live streams that I wasn't going to watch. And I said, you be on here to bring up points from Sam. And what did we agree on ahead of time? I said, steel man him. I said, do your worst. Steel man Sam's points and stuff. And so Jai was waiting the entire time. And when he came on, he was kind of discombobulated. Because guess what? I didn't share this stuff I didn't share that stuff ahead of time. I don't talk to people about this stuff. So he was hearing a lot of this stuff for the first time. He's kind of discombobulated. He's like, wow, okay. Okay, so the thing, and then he went through a couple, and he pointed out that a lot of the things that Sam had said we'd already addressed while talking. And then he brought up a couple things that we didn't address. So then we went ahead and addressed those. And what's the response? We got to dox him and put his family in danger. These guys have these guys have serious problems. They act like a complete cult. Guys, that is a cult. We want your life to be in danger because what? What? Because you were in a live stream?
Yeah.
Well,
because you brought up points that Sam made so that we would respond to them. That's when you need to endanger someone's life.
Well, his alleged crime, according to Sam, is that he clipped some of the clips where he did a lot of insults.
Jai, did you do that?
No, I didn't. But honestly, I wish I did. It was so good. But the funny thing about that is like, I wish I could take credit for that, but I can't. But the funny thing about that is like, okay, are the clips the problem? Because you're the one who said those things.
So again, let's say I say something silly. Someone clips me. Is it the fault of the person who clipped it, or is it the fault of the person whose mouth said those things?
Exactly.
So instead of blaming himself for saying stupid things that then shame him, he blames the person who clips it.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's everything with Sam. It's Here's what I do. Oh, now I'm getting in trouble over it. Let me destroy the person who. Let me destroy everyone else. Like, I mean, think about this. Like his wife had nothing to do with this. It was because of him that we were addressing it. Who's the attack? His wife. Main target. His wife, like me saying, dude, I'm done with you. Just leave me alone. And him not being able to leave me alone. His wife had the same idea. Okay, I don't want to expose you over there. Just leave me alone. Just all I want in life is for you to leave me alone. He can't do it. Proverbs 28:13. Yep. He who conceals his transgressions will not prosper, but he who confesses and forsakes them will find compassion.
Nice. Amen.
David, you beheaded a teddy bear, you monster. Yeah, clip that. I did do that. Hearing David's testimony strengthens my iman. Yeah, I should go to all the Muslims who are complaining and go, this video has strengthened my iman. D-Wood, you liar. No, we didn't. No, we didn't all do bad stuff. I never did anything wrong because I follow Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, example. Even my Tamagotchis never died. Anyone know what that is?
Tamagotchis. Oh, look, it's Mike Winger in Arab attire.
Yes.
You know it's serious when D-Wood Sam vids get taken down and not D-Wood Winger vids. The videos get taken down?
Oh, Sam's video got taken down. He clipped you.
Yeah, he clipped you and.
Oh yeah, why is
YouTube-
that? I mean, it was in my live stream. Why would his get taken down?
Yeah, it's funny because yours didn't get taken down, but his did.
He must have titled it something that he must have titled it something that set off the bots or the algorithm or something. Good thing you exposed. Good thing you exposed your own self before Mike Winger did a series on David Wood. Yeah, that's why you just got to expose yourself. Otherwise, there'll be a 27-part series. Did you own slaves? Yeah, that would, the Muslims who are sending me messages like, no, but you can't condemn Muhammad because at least he married her. It's like, okay, what if I had taken one of these girls as a slave? Then it would be okay, right? By Islamic standards. Point taken about repentance being a change. What was the thought process that led you to changing your life, repenting after becoming a Christian? Well, that was in the process of becoming a Christian. Watch my testimony video. I make videos on stuff so that I don't have to say them over and over again. After watching your 6-hour live, I have new respect for you, Mr. Wood. Also, it takes me forever to finish a short story, too. Some I never finish. Sorry, I'm late to the stream, but I had to say this. Yes, we share that. Top man, you are, D. Wood. That's what I want you all to think. Takes a real man with a contrite heart and spirit to admit the level of trespasses you admitted to yesterday. Actually pretty easy for me. When you actually hit like complete rock bottom, when you are like just sitting there drooling in a cell and all messed up, once you realize like, oh no, people are going to say bad things. It's like, really? Ben Shapiro retweeted your episode announcement. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's because Matt is now with the Daily Wire, I think. Yeah, he's with the Daily Wire now. So that's cool. You were like Mr. Spock. Try to remember that you are still half human. I try. Thank you, Jai. I will yawn to find psychopaths around. That would be a funny in a movie. Someone yawns just to look around and sees someone who doesn't yawn. Get him.
Get him.
That is genius.
After Ravi Zacharias got exposed, won't be surprised if AP force her wife to shut up to calm subs. Ain't fallen again with this mega smart talker Christians. After I won't be surprised if AP forced her wife to shut up to calm sub. No, I mean, you know, it's a difficult thing, but they're getting. I mean, she was in the chat of the live stream that he did after he got back. So I have autism and I don't catch yawns from people.
Oh, okay. So it may not be specific to. Okay, that's interesting.
Allah hates yawning but loves sneezes. Yawn as much as you can. Show Allah that you don't care about Satan using your mouth as a toilet. It's a good principle. You would get good life lessons here on this live stream, everyone. Who's insulting Assyrians? Show me them. You're finished. Everyone's insulting Assyrians. Did you get his wife's permission to say it? To say what? No. No, that's what I was just talking about. It gets to the point where, okay, this stuff has to be known, and everyone sees these keyboard jihadists boosting the algorithm. Oh yeah, that's true. What emotions did you experience at the moment of conversion? Do you experience a certain emotion now when contemplating God that you didn't earlier? Yep. I mean, no, back then everything was like anger and rage and greed, and it was like all the bad stuff. But yeah, just watch my testimony video. I'd say exactly what things were like when I became a Christian. I'll absolutely love you, David Wood. Ham to Allah, you are truly chosen by God to lead the modern day crusade. David, I'm sorry for your challenges. You carry your cross like a warrior. Whatever, I want to point this out, guys. Whatever challenges you have, you gotta look on the bright side of things. Like I think, whenever, like I was just in the live stream we did on Sunday, I was talking about like not finishing things and having problems. I always start things and then get completely just to where I can't focus on moving forward. I can't read. I actually cannot understand words on a page. I'll read a sentence, not understand it. Read it. What did I just read? Read it, and so on. And it's just I get this this total block, and then I go on to something else. And if there's some sort of deadline, like it has to be done tomorrow, all of a sudden I'll be able to focus really well and stuff. But so problems like that, or whatever problems you have, look on the bright side. I mean, imagine all I did was completely crush it and get stuff done, and every discussion every debate was like a landslide victory and so on. Imagine you did nothing but win all the time. You probably end up extremely prideful, right? You probably end up an arrogant, condescending jerk who looks down on everyone else. Look at all these losers and failures around me. I'm the greatest person who ever lived. All I do is crush it. What is everyone else's excuse? I crush everything. So anyway, whatever difficulties you have in life, look on the bright side. That there are good things that help keep us humble. There are things they're bad things, but they help keep us humble, and keeping us humble is a good thing. Let's see. So we have Zutt fumes, Zutt juice, energy drinks, Zutt transportation. Now we need Zutt suits for men with strength of 30. Maybe we should just make a T-shirt that says, "This is my Zutt suit." I was watching you while you were streaming Nabil's testimony, and it was the one where he is describing how the two of you were on the debate team and how you witnessed to him. Nabil still impacts my life and helped me get back to God after many years. Yep. And it's awesome that Nabil lived in a time where he was able to get out books and make videos and stuff, because all that stuff lives on for a long time. Sam wants his Catholic friends start to leave him. You see, this is why Appalachian snake handler Pentecostalism is the truth. What? You know what that is?
No.
No, there are churches where they have like if you have enough faith, you can mess with these snakes and stuff like that. And they're Pentecostals and stuff. They're pointing out that Sam changes his positions when people abandon him and so on. So they're pointing out that.
Wow. So next stream is going to be have like a snake with them or something. Oh yeah. Man,
David, you are really walking in the light where everyone can see you. You are doing what Christ called us to do. Those who walk in the dark, they do so that their sin will not be revealed. The worst yet was D Wood spraying the 4-year-old. Yeah, it was like why aren't people harping on that one? No, you should have gotten wife's permission. No, if we weren't specifically responding to Sam, who was saying that AP must be instantly blasted, there was no, hey, get his wife's permission to blast him and so on for things. There's none of that. So I was holding him to his rule. With that said, it still needed to happen, even for Sam's wife, because he doesn't stop. He doesn't stop attacking and harassing her, and so needs to be dealt with. Sometimes you got to deal with something, whether someone likes it or not. Let's get to the Zutt man. I know, trying to talk about Zutt, and you guys are. We've been going an hour now. Ex-Muslim Christian woman here. As a survivor of childhood molestation, it really made me upset when I heard what Sam did to his ex-wife. Please contact your DA and put that vile man in prison. Vulnerable people like me and Sister Michelle have to live in fear because of monsters like Sam.
That's sad.
I don't think she or I want him like in jail or prison or something like that for something, stuff like that. But he needs to stop abusing people, right? He needs to stop it. He likes abusing people. You got to stop. And he is going to stop. Do you think Sam is a proper Christian? Definitely not proper. Nothing proper about that dude. Nothing proper about that dude. Is he a Christian? My wife thinks no. I think, I don't know. Someone could be just completely fake, or someone can be like a really, really, really screwed up Christian with serious mental problems who rely on manipulation tactics. I don't know. So, same thing with like Ravi Zacharias. Did he actually believe what he was saying, or was he completely fake? I don't know. All right, guys. We've been going a long time. Ready to talk about this?
Let's do it.
Anyone want to give a quick, just basic rundown of the story before we jump into this video?
Oh yeah. So first of all, let's bring up the context of how this even came about. So, as I was mentioning about Muslim Cowboy, he's kind of known for perpetrating this lie that Rebecca was 3, and he'll constantly say Mary was 12, and
so this is on him. This is on him. This is the thing right now.
Exactly. So David's, his warning to Muslims was, hey, you guys keep doing this. You keep being uncharitable, giving the most uncharitable, ungracious interpretation of biblical accounts or biblical stories. And guess what? We're going to do the same. We're not going to tell people to lie. We're not going to, like what you guys do, we're not going to tell people to lie. We're not going to tell them to say falsehoods, but we are going to give the most uncharitable interpretation of your text as possible. So there happens to be a text where you can easily do that with. And it's Muhammad and the Diddy line with Ibn Masud. And so he takes them into the desert one night, and there's a line. He tells them not to cross. Stay behind this line. And what happened next brought Ibn Masud to some sort of trauma watching this stuff, because the night ended with Muhammad's head on Ibn Masud's lap as he was trying to get some sort of, I don't know, comfort or some sort of, what would you say?
Yeah, I wouldn't even call it an uncharitable interpretation.
It's kind of the natural interpretation.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It's an obvious interpretation, and that word is used for, the act.
Yeah, intercourse. Yeah.
Yeah, and
So I didn't get to the story. Why don't you just tell the whole
the story is, after Muhammad takes Ibn Mas'ud to the desert, so it's just 2 of them. He puts a line in the sand and tells Ibn Mas'ud to stay behind it and not cross it. Otherwise, he will be destroyed. So, if it's all nice and just people crowding, you know what I mean?
Can that Arabic word be translated wrecked?
the word for
stay behind this line, or you will get wrecked.
Yeah, you could say that.
You could, yeah.
All right.
You will perish, yeah? You will get wrecked.
Yeah.
So if it was all, just nice people, just people crowding when I hear the word, I don't know why he would get wrecked. But anyway, Muhammad goes beyond the line, and there come a group of people who look like the people of Al-Zutt, which we now have learned they are people from a part of India. It says they look like them, and they were all naked. And the text makes it very clear that the private parts are not seen. So, like a Ken doll, or like a, where...
Yeah, like a doll. Yeah.
It looks like a human, but there's nothing there.
Well, it's just, think about it. It's like, it's dark. It's it's the middle of the night and the desert. So you'd have like starlight, which is actually surprisingly bright before you have all this light pollution from artificial lights and stuff like this. But I mean, it's dark and they're a little ways away until they come up to him. But yeah.
But I also think that the person who narrates it makes sure he says that, because the context makes it look like it's something sexual. So basically what happens is the text says that they rode the prophet. They continued
all night long.
All night
They
long.
rode him all night long.
Yep.
Until he was in pain. And from night until break of dawn, Ibn Mas'ud was watching all this. He's the one narrating it. And then he was in so much pain that he came and laid down.
Using Ibn Mas'ud's lap as a pillow.
And if you remember, when Muhammad would be seen with the lap, with his head in the lap of Dihya, this lap, lying in the men's lap thing, is not.
Yeah, it's something that Muhammad would do a lot.
Common.
Yeah, I always notice things like that, right? Because I mean, the Muslim sources are a big mess, and it's obvious they made stuff. It's obvious they made stuff up and embellished stuff, but when you see little details like this, like after a private meeting with Dihya al-Kalbi, Muhammad would fall asleep with his head on another man's lap. And then you see it's also part of this story that after a night with Zutt, Muhammad falls asleep on someone's lap. He uses someone's lap as a pillow, and they just sit there with his head on their lap. It's like, it kind of looks like that may be something like really actual historical that he was like known for.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, so
what's interesting is you don't hear any narrations of any other men lying in each other's laps around that time from Muslim sources. Only Muhammad.
Yeah, and I'm not really sure how to word this the right way, but if you think about today, like the pair of jeans or something like that, there's like a lot of padding on a pair of jeans maybe, but these guys were in the desert and they would wear like light clothes, and they, so what I'm trying to say is you could, if you have your head on someone's lap, a man's lap, there's certain things you're gonna probably feel. So Muhammad had no problem with that.
Had no problem with his head rubbing up against someone. I'll say it, Jai. Jai's too shy. But D. Wood is not shy.
I'll laugh, but
Jai and Muhammad are shy. But Allah and the Dizzle are not shy. Muhammad's sitting there on some dude's lap with his head on someone, rubbing all around on someone's junk. And he seems fine with that. I would not be fine with that, which is why I've never slept with my head on another dude's lap. And I don't reckon I ever will. But anyway.
I don't think most people would have.
Yeah.
They won't. Like, who does that? Hey, hey, dude. Hey, big. Come on.
Hey, you.
Hey, you. You're you're a strapping lad. Come on, bring those big manly arms of yours over here and sit down. Oh, look at those big strong legs. Oh, you've been working out? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let me make a good pillow for my head. Oh, so soft. Oh, yeah. Oh, that makes me fall right asleep. What the heck, man?
Someone in the chat said rubbing on his dates.
Hey, bring those dates over here, man. Bring me those. I want you dangling the dates on my head as I fall asleep. What is this religion, man? Oh boy.
Is that he had like 7 Ajwa dates? Is that
what he meant?
Don't know.
Hey, well, that's a possible interpretation. No, I'm just joking. That's the next one. That's the next one.
All right. Anything else on the story?
Someone in the chat, they did a super chat, but I'll say it now. They asked, in the story, they said, oh, and such, or so, or like it a lot. And is it because of embarrassment? Yes, I think so. Because they felt the same way we are feeling, Jai's feeling. And they didn't want to say it outright. So they said, oh, he was in pain or something like it.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they actually word it like that.
And that's a way for Arabs to be embarrassed about it. Say, oh, it wasn't, something like that.
Something like that.
Something like that.
Yada, yada, yada. Yeah, so guys, and then, so you have these kinds of stories in the Muslim sources. And as Jai was pointing out, with someone like the Muslim cowboy, saying Rebecca was 3, it's a flat out lie. It's a flat out lie. There's just no way she was 3. And when they actually argue it, they have to lie about they flat out lie about the end of Genesis 22. And so that's what they do. And they say that in response to us pointing out that Muhammad had sex with a 9-year-old girl. And they say, oh, but Rebecca was 3. It's like, okay, now you're lying, right? We notice when we go to their sources and bring up anything, they always demand we give the most charitable interpretation of what's being said, even if it's not at all what it sounds like, even if it doesn't sound like that at all. It's give it the nicest, most charitable interpretation. But you guys flat out lie when you go to our book. You guys flat out lie about it. So what's the rule here? What's the rule here? You give insane, deceptive interpretations of our book, and then you demand that we give whatever interpretation you want, even if the text doesn't sound like it's saying that at all. And so what we pointed out was, and I said it for probably 2 years before I actually did it. I said, if you guys keep doing this, if you keep just using flat out, the Catholic Encyclopedia says Mary was 12. Heard that from like hundreds of Muslims. It's a lie. It's a total lie. But they'll just keep lying like that. I said, if you guys keep lying, we're not going to tell people to lie, but we're going to tell people not to give the most charitable interpretation. Go with the obvious interpretation. In fact, if you want to, go with the worst interpretation. On this issue, DOC was right. It sounds something weird. Muhammad goes out and meets with a bunch of dudes in the desert in the middle of the night, tells his buddy to hang behind the line. And then Muhammad gets these guys ride Muhammad all night long. They ride him all night long. And then Muhammad comes back in pain and falls asleep on his buddy's lap, in the date bowl, his head in the date bowl. Right. That sounds really weird, right? So, but you think like, what would this be? Is Muhammad just a total weirdo and freak? And we're looking at the Muslim sources going, we wouldn't put anything past this dude. You look at this stuff this dude is into. We wouldn't put anything past this dude. But then it got pointed out to me by Inspiring Philosophy, that in his research for his debate with Daniel Hakikachu, he was going through all the articles that Daniel Hakikachu normally quotes and to show him how he's completely misrepresenting them. But he kept coming across these like weird ancient practices where it was believed in certain parts of the world that men could actually inject their manliness and virility into like an adolescent, and that the more manly, they're talking about sex, guys. They're talking about sex and injecting semen into an adolescent or something like this. And they believed that this was going to make him stronger, or a stronger warrior, a more virile, or something like that. Muhammad was a caravan trader, so possible that he came across this idea from some people. Guess what? Men of Zutt, they're in the area where they would be familiar with these ideas. So in trying to understand it, kind of, it would make sense if Muhammad heard that, hey, did you know a bunch of guys have the ability to actually inject their manliness and virility into you? And if he's like, all right, bring the whole crowd. I'm going to be the manliest, most virile man who's ever lived. Just one rough night with these guys, and I'll be the strongest, manliest guy around. So he spends the night with Zutt, and then later on he could brag that he had the strength of 30 men. You guys remember those hadiths where Muhammad apparently bragged to his followers that he had the sexual strength of 30 men? Where did this guy get the strength of 30 men? Sounds like he was actually counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, up 30 of these guys. I got all mine now. I'm so strong. And then he'd occasionally need to top off the tank. That's why he had B.Apologetics. That fits the facts. It fits the facts, right? We wouldn't go with that if we were trying to be nice to Muslims and stuff like that. But when we're okay, let's go with what it sounds like and then try to make sense of it. Guess what? That all makes sense. If there are places in the ancient world where they have that belief, yeah, you can inject your virility into another man. Kind of makes sense. Anyway, what were you saying, DOC?
I have a theory that he was actually gay, Muhammad, and he overcompensated it with, I have a strength of 30 men, because it's a heterosexual society that cared about male virility. No one else ever said stuff like that. And I also believe why he had so many women, to try and make up for it, overcompensate, and also why he didn't have many children given the number of women he had after Khadija. and he had all this stuff with Dihya al-Kalbi. He would poke men with a stick. He would hug men from behind. He would have a man kiss up on his side. It just seems
He would
to me to be that
like
way.
to sleep with his head in the
In
date
men's
bowl.
The they both, yeah.
of not just one, but at least two
Multiple.
that we know from the sources.
Mm-hmm.
I bet if we looked hard enough, we could find more instances of him doing that to other people. I just never put time into looking it up, but I'm sure we could actually find something else on that too.
All right, so we ready to check out the Muslim response?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, guys. So the Muslim cowboy and Hamza from Hamza's Den made a video response. I watched like 7 or 8 minutes of it. People were telling me how funny it was. I must have not gotten to the funny part because I thought it was pretty boring so far. And I was distracted by the worst green screening I've ever seen in my entire life. I've never seen green screening this bad.
Yeah, it was bad.
But apparently it must get good later on because lots of people have told me I should react to this. So it must be something cool in there. So anyway, that's why we're here. Anything else before we jump into this?
Oh, and I also remember that he allowed a man to suck on his face the blood from when he broke his teeth in the Battle of Uhud. Just saying.
And there was all sorts of stuff with his like bodily fluids and stuff like that. That's nasty stuff. All right, here we have it. So Hamza and the Muslim cowboy decided to take on the Al-Zutt. We have Muslim cowboy and Hamza versus the Al-Zutt versus the Zutt. Here we go.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Welcome to Hamza's Den. This is, mashallah, an impromptu live, well, not a live stream recording from Riyadh, mashallah.
Video is kind of weird as well. I don't know what kind of crap Mikey's using. It kind of sounds too quiet at parts and then too loud at other parts and stuff like that. We're just going to have to do the best we can, guys, to catch this. But I think it seems a little quiet to me now, but it gets louder. But yeah, check out his awesome background. So guys, see this stuff right behind him? See, he's got this cool shelf with a cool vase on it and some books there and all that right behind him.
Here with the Muslim cowboy who kindly, graciously accepted my invitation to join me. Welcome.
Now, how are those? Look where that shelf is. Guys, you see where that little bookshelf is?
What the heck?
What is that? Where are they?
This is the terrible green screen you're talking about.
Oh, it's total green screen, right? No, they're like in like their garage, like someone's garage or something like this, or a tiny little room, and you have the thing that makes it look like you're in a big room. But look how far that little shelf is behind him there, right? So you're talking like 15 feet. But look at him. Oh, it's right here. It's like 1 foot behind me.
They'll never
Or
notice.
it's way behind me, but it's so big. Anyway, so but there it is. It's a tiny.
They look like they look like they're an Aladdin storybook.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. It's like, okay, lots of people green screen and so on. You don't have to make it fancy. But like, why are you trying to make it look like you are in this awesome fancy studio and stuff like that? And it's just, I don't know, it just doesn't work. Just doesn't work, guys.
Okay,
that's awesome.
All right. Some of these crazy arguments that these missionaries come up with. So we thought we'd tackle one that seems to be prominent right now.
You gonna ride it?
So the argument is this idea about Zutt. You must have heard it. You always see it.
Do you hear that? You must have heard it. They know.
Oh, yeah.
They know, right? You go.
Shout out to everybody in the comment section because you guys are the ones who made this.
All the Zutt jokes.
You guys did it. You guys did it. You must have heard it by now. If you go back a year, guys, I've been hearing this story for years, but very, very few people knew the stories. Mostly Arab speakers who follow the Arab channels. It was some of the Arab channels that were bringing this up. But
yeah, that's how I first learned about it. There's this ex-Muslim from, he does content in Arabic, and that's the first time I heard about it too, from one of his videos a couple years back.
Yeah, so now we're to the point where you must have heard this. What's this Zutt story that we've all been hearing about? Let's explain it. Let's do a deep dive. Not in the Zutt sense. Hey, it would be awesome if they made some Zutt jokes, wouldn't it? Hey, Hamza.
It would be awful.
Hamza, talk about the Zutt again and make a Zutt joke.
That'd be hilarious. Muslims start doing it too.
Hey, Hamza, make a Zutt joke, and I don't mean like about something. Make a Zutt joke like we make Zutt jokes, and I will give you 10 minutes uninterrupted to say anything you want in one of my live streams. Uninterrupted.
Whoa.
You can give dawah. You can give dawah to everyone for 10 minutes, or you can attack me for 10 minutes. 10 minutes straight. You can mock me. You can do whatever you want. I'll give you 10 minutes. Just make a Zutt joke like one of our Zutt jokes. You know what's weird? I don't know why, but I don't like the Muslim cowboy. I like Hamza for some reason. I don't know why. John Fontaine, even though he's like mocking me and stuff like that, I like John Fontaine. I like Fareed, even though he attacks me all the time. Sajid, I like Sajid. Trying to think of anyone else I like. I don't know about Orthodox Lips and Dean Responds. I haven't seen enough of them yet, but it is weird that I like some of the Dawa guys and can't stand others. It's usually the narcissists that I can't stand.
Oh, like Muhammad Hijab Ali Dawa.
Yeah, Hijab Ali Dawa. Yeah, so usually those guys. Like, in other words, I'm always thinking like, I could get along. Like if I weren't blasting away at Muhammad, not in the Zutt sense, but if I weren't blasting away at Muhammad or something like that, and this guy, yeah, he seems like someone I would get along with, like in real life. Other guys like Hijab or Ali Dawa, they could like become diehard Christian. I don't think I would ever get along with those dudes. But anyway, let's check this out.
This guy,
about
with Hamza in particular, well, Muslim Cowboy, you don't like him, right? You said you don't like him?
No.
Yeah, me neither. Well, yeah, I mean, I pray for salvation, but these guys are like repulsive. They're like, you can't. Anyway, with Hamza though, I can't unsee the fact that he's like this huge scammer. A Muslim,
Bro Haji.
Bro Haji, he's the one who like exposed him on that, and I just can't unsee that. So I just see him as like this guy who like uses Islam to get like rich and stuff. So I mean, it's not funny, but I mean, that's the only way I can see him. So it's like hard for me to take him seriously from the Muslim side. Like when he gives Muslim arguments, I'm like, dude, you don't really believe that stuff. You're just trying to make money. Yeah, obviously he needs salvation and prayers just the same as any other Muslim. But I don't take him seriously as like a Muslim like Dawa guys.
And he shouts at Muslim ladies in his hijab shop.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not good. Yeah. So I'm not. Yeah, just everyone. I don't know about his behavior. He could be a super awesome guy or a total dirtbag. I'm talking about like personality wise. Personality wise, he seems like someone you could hang out with and joke with and stuff like that. Whereas I couldn't imagine sitting around hanging out with Ali Dawa. Like, it's just, I don't know. It'd be super weird.
Okay, so this is the claim by missionaries. The Prophet Muhammad ﷺ went into the desert and he was, I will say, essayed by some random men. And Astaghfirullah. So this is this.
He's laughing.
Look at him. He's happy to be talking about this.
Why would you laugh?
Hey, guys, I have to point out, ladies, the story of Al Zutt brings joy to everyone, even to you. You just have to laugh when you hear the story of Al Zutt, right? Mm. And even these guys think it's fun. It reminds me of when Andrew Wilson made his argument in a debate against Muslim Lantern and was arguing that Muhammad's penis must have been under 2 inches if, as Muslim Lantern was claiming, he did not injure Aisha. He did not harm Aisha by having sex with her. He said, "Okay, well, we've got the studies, and the length of the vaginal canal of a 9-year-old girl would have been an average of 2 inches, and therefore, if Muhammad didn't injure her, he must have been smaller than that, and so on." But Sneeko starts grinning. And you could see him trying to control himself, but Sneeko's sitting there smiling and grinning and trying to stop. But that's what this is like. You hear the story of Al Zutt, it makes you smile, even if you're Muslim. It's good stuff.
Man, this is what they've come up with. So they say it's in Quran. It talks about how he went there. And is it Quran and Hadith?
No. They're referring to a specific Hadith.
Hold up, he don't even know where this story.
He doesn't know if it's in the Quran or not. Has he never read the Quran?
He doesn't know.
No, but neither of them know. And you'll see, because I only watched like the first 10 minutes as well. Like you said, you only watched like 7 or 8 minutes of it. I only watched the first maybe 10, 11 minutes, something like that. And not only does he not know the story, Muslim Cowboy starts reading a version of the hadith that doesn't have the specific part in there that is like contentious, and so he has to like look it up on the spot. I'm like, dude, these guys have no idea what the story is, and they're giving a rebuttal for it.
But why didn't he prepare?
That's what I'm.
Even if he didn't know you're doing something on it, why don't you check it first? Like, to say it's in the Quran, you know how stupid it looks.
Like, at least edit that part out.
It means you've never read the Quran.
Yeah, is the story of Al-Zutt, that come from the Quran? Is that in there? What chapter is that? Is that Surah Al-Zutt?
Zoot.
Is that what they said the prophet was in some surah? And he looks to the other dude like,
where is it? Where is it? Yeah, look, Hamza. Muhammad clearly prepared for the night of Al-Zutt, right? Had it all worked out. You stay behind the line, you stand there and watch and stuff, watch what's going on over here and stuff. Like Muhammad clearly, in the men of Al-Zutt, they show up. He clearly was prepared. You should be prepared too to deal with Al-Zutt.
We're going to use the Quran to dismantle their argument.
Hey, look at the bookshelf. Look at the bookshelf that's like 15 feet behind him.
And look how big that Quran is bigger than his head. You see that on the right?
Yeah, this must be the biggest bookshelf ever, but then you see it and it's just a regular tiny little bookshelf and it's like 15 feet behind him. And then anyway, terrible green screening, guys. I understand it, right? Like, look, there's nothing fancy behind me. There's a bookshelf and stuff behind me. There's a bookshelf behind me. You don't need anything fancy, guys. Plain backdrop is better than terrible green screening. If you're doing good green screening, that's cool. But terrible green screening, you're better off with just a $10 backdrop.
But what I don't get is this. It's like they're obviously putting time into the editing. Like they have like multiple camera angles. They're doing like different, but it's like they don't edit that part out where he's just like, is it Quran or how do you like that? You don't need to say, you could have just took that part out completely. Like,
and he doesn't pause for 5 minutes to like look it up and read it so he has some clue what he's talking about. He's just like, well, I don't need to learn this because I got the Muslim Cowboy, and he'll know how to respond to this. So I don't have to know this at all because I got the Muslim Cowboy, dude. I don't know what you think about the Muslim Cowboy, but this is not the go-to guy to give powerful responses to a story like Al-Zutt.
Nope.
So it's hadith sahih. Is Sahih hadith?
No, the hadith actually in itself has some contentions as well.
Oh, subhanAllah. We don't even know if it's a Sahih hadith. Anyway, so they bring a hadith and they talk about how Prophet went to the desert, like I said, with his companion, told his companion to stay behind this line. And then the people of Zutt came and did what they did to him. And they
did what they did to him, yada, yada, yada. Rode him all night long.
Yeah, what did they do?
What did they do?
Say what they did, man.
They did what they did.
They did what they did.
They assayed him.
Was he a willing participant? How do you know they assayed him? He's a willing participant. He went into the desert and he knew what happened behind the line and he crossed the line.
Yeah.
In the literal sense and in the other sense.
He said, if you cross this line, you'll get wrecked, Ibn Masud. Watch, I'll prove it to you.
Yeah, isn't silence consent?
In Islam, yeah.
Muhammad didn't say no.
And thus, we're here now to help them with their sick minds and help our Muslim brothers and sisters, mashallah, when they hear this ridiculousness and how to respond. So, Brandon, I want you to...
Let's go, Brandon.
Yeah, why doesn't he have like a...
As my guest?
Huh?
Why didn't he adopt a Muslim name? Like, this guy calls himself Hamza. Sajid calls himself Sajid. Why didn't Brandon? It sounds so
Brandon.
So the one that helped Muhammad after all this time is Brandon.
Brandon. He's gonna rescue Muhammad.
Okay.
All right, and to answer the story of Al-Zutt, we've got Brandon here. It's actually a good name because the men of Al-Zutt did some Brandon of their own.
Nice.
Burn. Anyway.
Yeah. You see, Hamza, that's how you do it.
What's that?
I said, you see, Hamza, that's how you do jokes.
You see, Hamza, just do one of those. Just do one of those.
How as Muslims, when we hear this argument, how should we deal with it?
So before we deal with anything in Islam, and this
Before we deal with anything, we have to lie.
is one thing I was taught early on when I first became a Muslim, is let's look at whatever the person's bringing to see if it's even authentic. What we're going to do is we're going to tackle 3 different aspects of this report and the idea of this actually being a story.
Report. It's a report. Too. Like, you know. Anyway, this
He's got
report. This hadith.
Dude, you're sitting in a giant library
Yeah.
where you're smaller than the books.
Yeah, he's
I can't take it seriously.
I thought he was a big dude, but he must be like this big.
It's like Thumbelina. He's Thumbelina in a bookshelf.
Okay, is its veracity as far as authenticity is concerned. Then we're going to steel man it. So if it is true, what are the implications of what's it saying? What's it
Gonna steel man it. Awesome. The Zutt did some steel manning of their own. Anyway,
actually saying in the Arabic? What's it not saying? What was the understanding of the Sahaba who would have known this if this is a real hadith, and then the scholars who came after them? So when we break it down through this lens, we have to be academic and not knee-jerk reactionist or people who are just so emotionally timid that they just like, oh, look at this, wishy-washy people who think that, you said this yesterday, whiny Muslims. There are some people who they just whine, I don't want to do this, I don't like that this is in Islam.
Because there are Muslims looking for an excuse.
Right. And they'll find something like this and say, oh, this is my excuse. Now I can go do whatever I want because Islam must be false because it has this that is completely...
So he's saying there's Muslims waiting to just have an excuse to leave Islam?
I thought it was the most beautiful religion. People are like, is there any way out of this? Zutt, let's go.
we got all these Muslims out there. They're just looking for any excuse. They're looking for any excuse to leave Islam. When they see the story of Zutt, they go, aha, now we can go.
But nobody leaves Islam.
No one ever leaves Islam.
Well, they could choose Muhammad and Aisha. They have 1,000 things to choose from. But Zutt comes. Oh, now we're done.
Yeah, guys. Anyone who wants to leave Islam, there are endless reasons to do so. So, what was weird was I kind of liked what they were saying there at the first part of that, because it sounded like they were saying, we don't want to be scared of addressing this stuff. And there are lots of Muslims who are like, we don't want to do that. We don't want to look at that stuff. We don't want to look at that stuff. And no, we need to actually just go ahead and take this stuff head on. Not in the Zutt sense, but we need to take this stuff head on and actually look into it and take a look at it seriously and critically. And whatever's there, we need to deal with it. I was actually liking that. And then he was like, oh no, because there are all these weak Muslims who are looking for a reason. Ah, boy. Okay, so... You know what? I should edit this video and take out all the parts that suck and then just keep the parts that are good. And I think this would be a better video. Hamza, if you make another video like this, send it to me. I will edit it and make it better. And it wouldn't suck as bad. And just send me the blank green screen and then version, and then I can fix your background as well.
Taken out of context, not necessarily even authentic. And so I want to go through every single aspect. Because a Muslim is somebody who they come prepared with the facts. You
guys sound prepared.
Is this in the Quran? Really is this Surah Zutt? Zutt, I mean? They come prepared.
It's funny. He's the one saying that because watch, he drops the ball too, just like Hamza did. Watch this. It's like once he starts getting to it, it's like, oh man.
Well, they come prepared. They're like the Boy Scouts.
Yeah, that's what it means to be a Muslim.
When you go to a fight, you don't go empty-handed. You don't go unprepared. Even
you prepare for a fight.
Don't have the means. You still do what you have the best of ability of.
Yes.
And even if that's just your hands, and you're going up with someone with a sword, you come with tawakkul, if that's all you have. But if you have the ability to have more, you do it. And so as Muslims, when we go into the battlefield of ideas, we come prepared with facts. We come prepared with the isnad. And this is what is so amazing about Islam, is that we have a robust tradition that's authentic. And we can say if this is factual or non-factual. So I want to begin, if I can, by
that's what you're here for.
Reading to you guys the hadith that was quoted by these disgusting individuals. Okay? And
hey,
I thought you were going to say about the disgusting companions that quoted it.
Yeah, why don't you identify these disgusting individuals who brought this story up?
Musnad Ahmad ibn Hanbal.
It's funny. He's
That's in
like,
his book.
we come with facts.
In a cowboy hat.
No.
We come with facts. Yeehaw!
Yeah, but he's saying we come with facts, and
But I
he's
mean-
talking about isnad, like a chain of narration. And I'm thinking, well, Yasser Qadi just told us that that's the opposite of facts. That nobody in academia takes that seriously. So
I just think it's
we come with
hilarious. I just think it's hilarious that this is about riding Muhammad, and it's the same word that's used of
Oh.
riding a horse, and it's the cow. They bring the cowboy to talk about this.
Oh.
They're like, this guy knows about riding things.
Oh,
let's bring
if
him.
anyone knows about riding, if anyone knows about riding a man in the desert, it's the Muslim cowboy. It's like, what?
And the Muslim
Come on.
cowboy's like, that ain't riding. It's not proper riding.
Oh boy.
I don't even want to mention their names because they don't deserve the name being called.
Raymond Ibrahim, David Wood, and then a bunch of people. He said, "You don't want to mention our names. Come on, you know our names, man."
Or getting any attention to them. And this is narrated by Ibn Mas'ud himself, who is in the hadith, who went with the Prophet ﷺ. And so Ibn Mas'ud narrated that the Messenger of Allah performed Isha, then he turned away and took the hand of Ibn Mas'ud, bringing him to the valley ground of Mecca. So they exited the city. Then he sat him down. Then he drew a line around him in this area.
The
Okay?
Diddy line.
And said, do not move from your line, for there will come to you men, so do not speak with them, for they will not speak to you.
Men.
Then the Messenger of Allah ﷺ went where he went. While I was sitting within my line, some men came to me, as if they were from Zutt. Their hair and their bodies were strange. I did not see their private parts, nor did I see their skin. They stopped at a line. Then they returned towards the Messenger of Allah ﷺ. They stopped at the line. They didn't pass over it. At the end of the night, the Messenger of Allah came to me while I was sitting, and he said, I have seen them since last night. Then he entered within my line. He put his head on my thigh, and he slept. Then there were men dressed in white garments. Allah knows best how their beauty, who came to me. Some sat near his head, some sat near his feet. They said amongst themselves, we have never seen a slave who was given what this prophet was given. His eyes sleep, but his heart stays awake. They struck a parable for him. A king built a palace, and then the hadith continues to go on, and it's quite longer after this point. And these people who would come, these creatures, these beings, they recognized the prophethood of him after this. So I want to talk about all the context, because when...
Is that the hadith?
Yes. There's different versions of it.
Okay, what about, so the one that I've heard,
Yes.
is the idea that they...
That they rode him.
Yeah.
Hang
So
on.
Mr.
The
Prepared
one that
over there, always come prepared.
But wait, you missed. He was saying you missed your best part, man. The bit where they.
Yeah, you missed the
did
juicy bits, man. I was waiting for the good part. You didn't even get to it.
it. What I heard was that they rode him.
I mean, think about this. The version I heard, I didn't know where it came from. I didn't know if it was from the Quran, I didn't know where it was coming from. But the version I heard was all right. So we're gonna hear the version he heard. Let's see.
They rode him all night, and he came all kind of beaten and disheveled, and
That sounded
is
really
the hadith
bad.
that,
Yeah, they rode him all night. He comes home. He comes back all stumbling all over.
You made your prophet really bad. There's no
Yeah.
disheveled, but yeah, I guess.
Well, yeah, the pain. He was in pain.
I've had missionaries
He came back, did the walk of shame, past the Diddy line.
quote to me. Have you come across that particular hadith?
Yes, no, and this is one of the versions
Yeah.
of the same hadith.
But I think this is the most important part of it, the hadith that we should address. The idea.
This is the best part. This is what the people want to hear. You got to give the people what they want.
You see, that's this guy's just like, oh, when you're a Muslim, it means you're prepared. And he's like Googling like the hadith right now as he's speaking.
But look how much he's straining. He's like, you're missing the part that people are talking about.
Yeah.
What do you mean they were angels or creatures?
What about the riding, man?
Yeah,
The
where's the riding?
This riding.
Do you not
what-
hear?
Yes, and could you reenact that with this stuffed animal here and show us how it's done?
How would you do it, Muslim cowboy? How would you ride this?
But did you notice Muslim cowboy looked down? He's like, yeah, I
He's
read
Googling
I
it or
read that
something.
part,
Yeah,
and he just didn't want to talk about it.
he's
Of
gonna Google it.
riding, and but they use this Arabic word to mean riding, and then they use their minds to translate this word, interpret the word, should I say. So I feel that
we use our dirty minds to interpret the word riding as in they rode him all night long. It's like, what do you think that means, dude? What does that sound like? You don't need someone with a filthy mind. You could say that to a Muslim. A Muslim who's never heard the story before. And hey, what do you think about all these men riding Muhammad all night long? Be like, wait, what? What'd you say? Matter of fact, if you walked up to someone and they had no idea what you're talking about, you're still like, yeah, that's why your prophet got rode all night long by the men of Zutt. They'd be like, what? I'll fight you. It's like, it's exactly what the hadith says.
But it's funny, he says they use their minds as opposed to us who don't use our minds.
They use their minds.
How dare they?
You never use your mind, Muslims.
I don't use my mind either, but they use their minds though.
is the most important part, because that is the where the derogatory remarks emanate from.
So the hadith that mentions this other wording, so the one I got was in
Musnad Ahmed?
in Tirmidhi's collection, and in At-Tabari as well. And most of the scholars, like Imam al-Bayhaqi, he says that this is weak. I'm trying to find, there was a muhaddith from the time of the Hanabila early on who did consider this authentic. And I'm going to try to find the hadith right now that exactly has the
because I feel that's
wording.
I feel that one needs to be addressed, because that is the word riding is what's in contention here.
We got it, Hamza. We got it, dude. Like
more. Look, forget about everything else. We just need to focus on the riding. That's what the people want to know about. Why were they riding our prophet all night long, leading him to stumble back and pass out on his companion's lap in pain?
Man, it's like playing a game, and every time he says riding, it's like you got to do something. Like this guy's like riding.
Hey,
riding.
David,
Like,
sip your coffee every time he says riding.
Everyone take a shot every time Hamza says riding. We will not make it through this live stream. We'll be passed out.
But it's funny how the guy says, like, he kind of like preempts everything, saying we're so prepared. He's like, I'm gonna go search for it now.
But it's funny, every time he says let's search for it, and it's the Hanabila, and it's this time in Islamics, Hamza's like over there, but what about the riding?
The riding, man.
The riding.
Yeah, and it's just funny because the Muslim cowboy was apparently trying to avoid that part and just go with the rest of the story. And I'm just like, no, there's one thing that matters, and that's what you left out. Let's focus on that. The Muslim cowboy's like, oh crap, my entire strategy was to avoid that part.
But why didn't they like plan it before they came on?
They didn't even talk about it. It seems they just
went on there.
Yeah. Hey, you heard about Zutt? Oh yeah. Hey, let's do a stream on it. Okay, cool.
Okay,
and
cool.
it never crosses their mind, like after they finish, to just like stop and say, okay, let's do that over again, and let's have a better plan this time. Let's not do this, not do this, not do this, not do this, and not do this. But other than that, let's go through it. Not in a Zutt sense, though. All right.
Their sick interpretation of it, and we're here now to show them how their sick minds got to this.
Because there's different versions of the exact same hadith.
Yeah.
The one that they're using is another version of it.
Yeah.
Okay. And it didn't mention it in the one that I read. It says Musnad Imam Ahmed.
Okay.
Actually.
Okay.
So it's still on Abdullah bin Mas'ud. He asked the Messenger of Allah, سألت رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم من أول الناس أتاك. He says, who were the first to come to you amongst the creation? And then he, قال جن. Right? They were the jinn. Okay. And of the Nasibin, which was a group from amongst them. Then the Messenger of Allah said that I was called to recite the Quran. Then to the jinn.
Right.
Okay? And this is in Musnad Imam Ahmed.
Yeah.
This is also going back to the valley outside of Mecca.
Yeah.
Okay. And then he drew a line for me and said, "Sit here and
He's
do
like,
not
just
move
get to the
until I
riding,
come
dude.
back."
Get to the
Right.
All right.
What's that?
He's like, just get to the riding, dude.
Yeah.
Skip to the good part.
This preamble. Just get to the ride.
Get to the riding, man. They rode him.
While I was sitting in my place, there came men dark in color as if they were from Al-Zutt, as if, right? He's making a comparison, right? And so, and they began riding upon the messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. When the pillar of dawn appeared, they went away, and the messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam came back, feeling pain from that they had ridden upon him.
That must be so embarrassing for him to
We need to
read
cut that. We need to clip that, guys. We need to clip that.
You can kind of hear the anger or like the embarrassment in his voice
Because he didn't want to say it.
Yeah, like you can actually hear the shame, because if you heard him reading the other hadith, like you just go back, he literally has shame in his voice as he's reading this.
Yeah, he's a lot more confident reading the other version where there was no riding. Now look at him.
He's like,
he's like, and then they rode him all night long.
I wish this wasn't here.
He had to stumble over to Abdullah ibn Mas'ud and pass out from all the pain he was in after all these guys rode him all night long. And then, of course, there's the good part about when the men of Al-Zutt approached Ibn Mas'ud, and to guard himself against him, he sits down. It's like, why are you sitting down? Why is that your defense against these guys? You sit on your rear end as a defense against these guys approaching you. So Muhammad was obviously in a different position.
But just like the cowboy said, when you come to a fight, you do everything you can, even if it's with your bare hands, to protect yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So Abdullah ibn Mas'ud was prepared.
Yep.
I know what to do with these guys. Try to do something with my fun cakes. I'm sitting down.
Just stop me there.
And then he said,
Can I just stop
I
you
want
one
to finish
second?
it. One more line
Oh, God.
of the hadith.
He's
He
like,
said
no, don't
the
finish it.
Quran was revealed to me and was recited to the jinn.
MashaAllah.
In the hadith.
Right. So the claim of the missionary at this point is that these were black men.
Right.
With long private parts. Okay. But the hadith
Which is not even mentioned in the hadith.
It's the opposite.
Let me break this down for you, Hamza, because Raymond Ibrahim, he put out his video, and then I put out my video, and then I put out another video. The claim is not that the passage said that these men had long penises and so on. It describes these guys as like the men of Al-Zutt, whatever you want to say. Raymond Ibrahim looked up how were the Al-Zutt known in that time? What were they renowned for? And they were renowned for things like sexual virility and their large penises and so on. It was said that their penises never go limp. It was a saying about them. In other words, they're always ready for sex. These guys are always ready for sex. And Raymond Ibrahim actually ties that to the hadith where it said in Jannah, your penis will never go limp and so on. So you can just keep having sex with virgins. You can keep deflowering virgins forever. Right. So he thinks that that was actually inspired by the saying of the men of Al-Zutt. In other words, in paradise, you're going to be like the men of Al-Zutt, always ready to go. So the claims about the men of Al-Zutt, these were just how these men were understood in the ancient world. And so if you're saying, hey, these are the men of Al-Zutt, then that would conjure up images of what these guys were like in Muhammad's time. If you said, hey, Muhammad's out there, these guys look like the Al-Zutt. It looked like he was out there with a bunch of Al-Zutt. That would mean some things. That would mean some things to these guys.
Exactly. In other words, how are Al-Zutt characterized? Well, that's how these people or these beings are characterized. Which, by the way, in Islam, the scholars are split on this, but there's an opinion that a jinn can actually take on a physical form to where they can have intercourse with a human. So just throwing that out there. If Muslims want to say, oh, it's just jinn, that doesn't disqualify this from being a sexual act, right?
Yeah, they're not just spiritual, like as in, they are also physical. That's why he was in pain.
Yeah, they can take on physical, in Islam, they can take on physical forms. Yeah.
And do stuff. And in Muslim culture, there's a lot of, ladies thinking, oh, what if the jinn come to me in sleep and do stuff to me?
Yeah.
They call them al-jinn al-ashiq, the lover jinns. They actually have that belief.
The lover jinns,
the ones that come and, do stuff to you.
So this is kind of like a dishonest kind of like smokescreen that they're throwing up, because they're making it seem like, oh, if they're jinn, then they're not physical. That's not the case.
No, but they are physical because he's
Yeah.
in pain. What is he in pain from then, unless it was a physical act that he had on him?
Exactly.
So, just to clarify, Hamza, we're not saying the hadith says this. We're saying the hadith describes these men as like the men of Zutt. And then we're pointing out how the men of Zutt were understood. So, I'm pointing this out because he's acting, they're making this stuff up. We're not making this stuff up.
I mean, the narrator of the hadith says he didn't see their private parts. So how they get the length of a private part, I have no idea. Okay. And like you said, that looked as if they were from this place. Mm-hmm. So that was the nearest he could come up with regards to their appearance. Okay. Now, the key is riding. Right?
Well, again, the issue is you're in the dark, in the desert. You've got sunlight. You've got starlight in the desert, moonlight, starlight. That's what you're dealing with in the desert. And it's dark. And he's looking, and he says they're like the men of Zutt. That's what he sees. That's what he sees. So, anyway.
So I think that's the point to be focused on.
Why does this guy, dude? Is there something wrong with Hamza? Because he keeps like giggling when he talks about the riding and stuff like that.
Let's go back to the riding. But let's talk about the riding.
He's like, and like it's like I don't know. This guy has some sort of like, I don't know what's going on with him, but I think he likes the story for some other reasons.
Yeah, because the other guy is like taking the serious approach. Like, yeah, let's look at the evidence.
He actually feels some shame, but Hamza's like getting some sort of joy out of this. He's like giggling and stuff like that. And I don't know, man. I'm not making any accusations, but
point they're sick.
So today, if I'm like with you in East London, where in London are you from?
I'm in East London.
Okay. If someone,
hey, a quick question, Muslim Cowboy, since you said on X that you would do anything Muhammad did, even if you don't go with our interpretation of the story of Zutt, will you sleep with your head on Hamza's lap?
Oh,
we want to see the video. We want the video proof that you are actually a man who will do anything Muhammad did. And then there's going to be some stuff about like poking a man with a stick and having to pull up your shirt as he smooches you all over the place. Remember, you said you'd do anything Muhammad did. All right.
Was to say in East London, I'm sure it would be the same as from Texas if we're sitting with our mates. You'll call them mates, right? We say partners, bros. And
you
said,
can say
hey,
the
man,
Zutt were mates.
This person was they use it colloquially, and I don't even want to talk like this because as Muslims we have a higher standard of talking anyway.
Oh yeah.
But if someone was to
it's just that their talking is.
It's funny that he says we have a higher standard of talking after he just said, and he was in pain from how much they've ridden him.
Yes, very high standards.
It's like they don't see, like they have no awareness of the optics of anything.
And this is a guy who, Aisha was a woman. Yes, she was 9, but she's a woman. That's why I thought
and that's actually, yeah. And so notice how, by the way, he's the one who translated that, or he's using a translation that he's agreeing with that says riding, ridden, pain from riding, pain from all that stuff. That's his translation. So if he doesn't agree with that, he shouldn't have said it, right? But we're going to see what he says, if he agrees with it or not. But
right.
Say somebody rode somebody, and you're talking with your bros, what would that mean usually in today's speech?
It wouldn't be used. This is the whole point. Why are we getting?
It could be used.
Oh, this is where he gets really uncomfortable. Hamza gets really uncomfortable here.
Yeah. So I mean, guys, did everyone catch what the Muslim Cowboy just said? He said, "Yeah, if we were talking like this today, and we said this guy was riding that guy, or she was riding him, that would mean something sexual. You would not think that meant anything else. What else would that mean? You wouldn't think riding him like a horse or something like that. You wouldn't think you'd think it's sexual." So that's what he's trying to point out. Now, if we said this today, we would think it would mean. And then Hamza, I got a little uncomfortable here. Let's see.
Into the word ride. How we get into the word ride? I mean, first thing is, what's the Arabic word used? This is the key.
Oh, so we shouldn't be worried on what the translation's saying.
No, what we should worry about, first of all, what is the Arabic word?
Yeah.
What is the Arabic word?
Yarkabun. In the hadith, what it says is yarkabun.
Yakubun. And what does Yakubun mean in English?
It means multiple meanings, just like many
Let's
words.
give it multiple meanings. Go on.
It has multiple meanings, and I think this is.
Oh, let me rephrase the question.
I feel like this video could actually be like 8 minutes long if they just cut out all the parts where they're trying to figure out what they're saying.
Yeah.
It's funny, man.
He's like, don't say ride, don't say ride.
Yes, it could mean to ride or to get upon a mounting animal.
Right.
So your go-to, ride or mount. Guess what? That's exactly what I said in my video. Ride or mount, ride or mount, ride or mount. So they rode Muhammad or they mounted him. Take your pick.
What's the difference between riding and mounting? Isn't it the same thing?
Riding sounds like more like moving, like, you know, you're riding on him, whereas mounting is like just getting on top of. So it's kind of a similar idea, which is why the same word is being used for it. It would have slightly different sort of vibe to it.
Yeah, it's a little overlap there, but
yeah. In other words, if you said like he mounted a horse, then that would sound like that's just him getting on the horse and now he's on top of the horse, even if the horse is just standing still. If you say he's riding a horse, it's like there's motion involved and so on. So
yeah, like you could say like you're riding a ship.
Riding
right?
a ship.
You don't say
yeah.
you're mounting the ship.
So the two possible meanings here: either there was motion when they were on top of Muhammad, or no motion on top of Muhammad.
yeah, but either one of them. No, it's just. I mean, it's either one of them would sound like sex. She mounted him, or he mounted her, or she was riding him. Either one of those sound like sex, but mounting sounds like climbing on top of to get started, whereas riding sounds like the process of what's going on. Anyway,
Right.
let's see.
Right?
And in Lisan al-Arab, it also means to crowd
To
up.
crowd up.
Yes.
Okay. Now, we know Christians struggle with context of things. We know.
And you know why, too? It has
Well-
why? Because on a mounted animal, especially horses, you would never find people except more than two or less people riding a mounted
Right.
horse, which would be muthanna, yarkabani. But here, the wording used is yarkabuna, which is jama', which is plural.
Plural.
So if you were to use something, you couldn't have so many different things riding one at
Yeah.
the same time. So the meaning also it couldn't even be the riding like if you're riding it like a horse, like not even derogatorily, even the just idea of riding a horse, riding a camel. It wouldn't be possible for 10 plus people to ride.
But before we even get to that,
That's just stupid.
Yeah, it's incredibly stupid. And also, he either is lying about the Arabic or he's just ignorant about the Arabic. Maybe he hasn't reached this level of Arabic yet. But we have a reference we don't even need to say like, oh, this is what it means in Arabic, trust us. We'll go to his own prophet in the hadith, also Musnad Ahmed, where he uses the same exact verb in the plural, speaking about, well, we'll see what it says. We have it on the
We have it on the screen.
But yeah, this is an incredibly stupid point. Because it's in the plural, it can't mean literally riding, because you don't have more than two people literally riding a horse at the same time.
You do. You do.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just a stupid point. If I said, hey, I took my family to the ranch and we spent the day riding a horse, you don't think, oh, that means I'm saying we're all riding the horse, we're all on top of the horse at the exact same time. You would think we took turns riding the horse, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
We were riding the horse, taking turns riding the horse. So so guys, his argument was, if it says they rode him all night long, well, they couldn't all be riding him. You couldn't have all these guys riding him at one time, so it must mean something else. No, it would. You could definitely be taking turns.
Yeah, he's just being. Yeah, he's just. I don't know, like he's just dumb, or he's just
seems
lying.
kind of desperate, right?
Yeah,
It's really desperate because they could be taking turns. Yes.
So
if you take
So you see, it's the same exact verb in Arabic that's used, and we'll show you. Oh, here it is on the.
Can a man ride his sacrificial animal? He said there's nothing wrong with it. The prophet used to pass by men who were walking, and he would tell them to ride his sacrificial animals, and it's yarkabuna in the plural, not in
Same
the.
exact-
it means crowd around it because they can't all ride the sacrificial animals at the same time.
Yeah, so them meaning more than two. Yeah, not in the dual sense, not in the muthanna.
Yep.
It's yarkabuna.
Yep, multiple, 3+.
So you could have multiple people on an animal, or you could have them
Taking turns.
and it would still use the word yarkabuna in the plural.
And the fact that he wanted this whole thing about you have a duel in Arabic and you won't have more than 2 people riding a horse in
That's
Arabic.
not true.
I mean, this guy either, like I said, either he's lying, and the guy, as far as I know, he lives in Saudi Arabia, so I'm sure he studies some Arabic. I mean, he was reading a little bit of the hadith in Arabic, so either he knows this and he's lying, or he just hasn't reached this level of Arabic yet.
But I've never heard this stupidity before.
Yeah.
I never heard it.
Like David said, even in English, it doesn't even make sense in English, like to say that. Oh, riding can only like.
Yeah, riding can be done by more than 2.
Yeah.
Lots of people.
Yeah. So that's it so far with the number one to show.
All right, so Muslim cowboy. If it makes you feel better, we will say that they took turns riding Muhammad all night long and left him in pain until he passed out on Abdullah ibn Masud's lap with his head in the date bowl. All right, here we go.
Get to that. So we've got this Arabic word here, and it's got 2 meanings: either crowded around, or it means to mount, like as if you're going to mount a camel or a horse.
By the way, real quick,
Mount.
I just want to say, I wish they would show the reference for where they're getting this crowded around.
Yeah.
I know he said lisan al-Arab, but I would wish they showed it on the screen or something like that, because I think I know what they're referring to, but they're misunderstanding if it's the thing I'm thinking of. But I wish they would show it, because this is like a huge long page where they give like all the different possible meanings. Like they give you like the whole semantic domain of like what can this word mean, and I would love to see them try to make the case based off it, because every single instance it's like riding, mounted, and very rarely do you have anything different from that. But
Yeah, why don't they ever put anything on the screen?
just put it on the screen if you have it. Yeah.
Like, this is the issue I have with Dawa gangs. When they say Lisan al-Arab this, like we always put stuff on the screen, page this, screenshot, everything. Why is in something so important as your prophet being ridden, and this is going to help him? Why don't you put it on the screen? And like, I even circle it, I underline the word, everything. Like, you make our lives so easy dismantling your prophet, because you never show anything.
Yeah, and they make up all these rules now and stuff. Oh, this is this. That's, everyone knows that, and they're just making stuff up. And so, but I mean, and look at the shift that just happened, right? He's like, hey, what's this word mean? It means rode. It means they rode him. Can also mean they mounted him. So, rode, mounted, yep, those are the definitions. But what about this? Oh, yeah, crowd around too. And then what happened? Hamza just shifted to. So we got this word, and it means crowded around. Can also mean, rode, but or mounted, but and then he acts like it's the standard definition you guys are pointing out. What? Show us the source for that. Show us the source. That's how you would understand this word.
Here means exactly that. It doesn't mean what it means in England today. In English today, it can have a derogatory term. Okay.
Correct.
If I'm not wrong, in the Arabic Bible, the same term is used when Jesus mounted a donkey or something. I think it used the same Arabic.
It makes sense with a donkey, a horse, a camel, and so on. So. Yeah. What would that mean? That Jesus crowded around the donkey?
Exactly.
And by the way, the Bible in Arabic, that's a translation. The question is, remember what they're doing? He said, oh, so you shouldn't trust the translations. And yet he goes to a translation. So first of all, anyone would understand that to mean mounted or riding a donkey.
Not crowded donkey.
Not crowded donkey. But the point is that that's a translation anyway. The question is, what does the Greek say, right? But he's also hinting at the fact that in Arabic, there's not a meaning for riding, like a sexual connotation. Like I think this is what they were getting at earlier when he said, like, hey, me and my partners in Texas, we're talking about riding somebody. Like, what would that mean? And then he's saying it here that doesn't have that derogatory connotation. This is also not true. I don't know if they elaborate. I don't know if he elaborates on this or not. But if he doesn't, we want to show something on the screen afterwards because
Yeah, we do actually have sources,
that shows it has that sexual connotation.
classical sources from like the Arabic of the time, to say that when you say I yarkab, the same word, a woman, that's what it means.
Yeah, to have intercourse with her.
We actually do have it.
And so, so you're saying it's just like us. And Raymond Ibrahim pointed this out as well, that it's like our word, in that if you were to say she mounted him or he mounted her or something like that, that would be used sexually. You guys are pointing out that the Arabic word was used the same way. It can refer to riding an animal or something like this. If it's used of a person mounting another person, then it can be used sexually, right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
and they're saying it's not. They're saying that's not the case.
Yeah.
Even if you go back a couple seconds, he's like, yeah, it's not the case. Like a derogatory mean like it would in England today.
No,
not true.
You guys, the Arabs at the time are just like you and me. Like, they're normal people. When they say things, they're not aliens. Like, even normal people now say, "Oh, I rode a horse," and then if they want to be,
they say, "Oh,
explicit,
so and so rode so and so."
Yeah, they would say it. They did the same
thing.
Word. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Like, they're not aliens from outer space with a language that doesn't mean anything. They still wrote stuff. They still did actions that people do today.
It'll be interesting because he pointed out that it is used in the Arabic translation of the New Testament of Jesus mounting an animal, because that's how you would use it. But guess what? You have all these passages in the New Testament about people crowding around Jesus. So if he's right, then it should use that word there, right? for times when people are crowding around Jesus got crowds around him. So when people crowd around you, then you use the word mounted. Really? Show us that. Anyway, I backed it up a few seconds. Let's see.
Either crowded around, or it means to mount, like as if you're going to mount a camel or a horse. Okay. Mount here means exactly that. It doesn't mean what it means in England today, in English today. It can have a derogatory term. Okay.
Correct.
Everyone catch that? That's what John DOC were pointing out, that he says it's not like English today, where if you said he mounted her, it would sound like sex. It's not like that in Arabic. And Giant DOC already pointed out, wrong.
Yeah, in fact, we can show it on the screen here, because I don't know what Cowboy's about to say, but we'll just show it anyway.
This is from Muhammad's time.
Yeah.
Ali ibn Abi Talib, his cousin. This is from Kitab Adab al-Nisa, the book of women's etiquette. Yeah. So this guy, Jabir ibn Utbah, reported that a man made his wife kneel down. I'm sorry for the language.
I'll give you it.
Because Muslims have the best language.
Yeah, he made his wife kneel down and thrust into her a thrust, causing her to fall on her face and tightening her body, in pain. That's the implication there.
Like Muhammad after the night of Zutt.
And this matter was referred to Ali, and he said she is a mount that he rides however he wishes, and he did not impose any penalty upon him for that. So it's the same exact verb used in the Arabic.
Yarkabuha.
Yeah. So the other one that we use, it was in the plural. This one is just talking about singular, but it's referring to a female. The other one that we were talking about is in the plural. It's the same exact verb though. Same exact verb. And we have another reference as well. For this, where's the other?
It's
reference?
just
this one. Okay.
This is from Muhit al-Muhit, which is a dictionary. And here, this is a line saying, common people say, Rakib al-Mar'a, meaning he mounted the woman.
Meaning what? That he had sexual intercourse with her. So they're like, oh, this word, like in Arabic, there's no way that you can use a euphemism to mean sexual intercourse, where there's tons and tons of words in Arabic, instead of using the derogatory or whatever, the most vulgar type of word. Which, by the way, Muhammad did use the most vulgar type of word. So when he was saying before, like, we don't talk this as Muslims, Muhammad would use tons of vulgarity, especially when talking about sexual things. But anyway, here's the word here. It's the same exact word that's used, but just again, this is singular form of it as opposed to the plural one. And this is talking about it meaning what? Having sexual intercourse. So yes, it does mean that. And by the way, we have way more references. I literally have like 7 or 8, but we're just going to show 2. But I literally have like 7 or 8 references.
So we have it here in the classical dictionary, and here we have it from the time of Ali, which is the time of Muhammad or shortly afterwards, of them talking about sexual stuff and using the word yarkab, which it means to that same word that used in the hadith to mean sexual things. So yes, it was used in sexual sense.
Yeah. So Hamza, I don't know where he got that line from. Yeah, go ahead.
And it's interesting because she was in pain too, like Muhammad was.
Oh yeah,
in this story here.
It kind of sounds like it refers to like the whole connotation is kind of rough sex.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so that's the word. And then Hamza tried to convince his viewers, hey, you don't have to worry about this because it really means, crowd around. And no, it doesn't. It means rode or mounted. Both of which sound sexual. And then he says, but even though today in English, if you heard someone rode or mounted someone, you would think about it sexually, not in the Arabic and not back then. No. No one would have ever used the word in that way. And Giant DOC showed, no, that's exactly how they used the word then. They used it to refer to sex. If you're talking about this guy, this man, and this woman, and they did it, they use that for sex.
Yep.
And it's what the men of Zutt did to Muhammad all night long. Guys, just do the math here. It's a word. If you say he mounted his wife, you're referring to sex. If you're referring to sex. And right there in the hadith, it says, and they use the same word. They mounted Muhammad, rode him all night long, leaving him in pain, just like the woman when her husband was having rough sex with her. So, as DOC pointed out at the beginning, we're not going with some insane interpretation. This is what it sounds like. This is what the passage sounds like. And what happens when they try to say, no, that's not what it means? They are making things up. They have to make things up. Oh, was never used like that in Arabic. Wrong. You made that up. You don't even know the story's not from the Quran. What's that?
Oh, yeah. And I would like them to give a source, like how we just give a hadith. I want them to give a source, like an Islamic source, like something from the Quran, something from the hadith, where that same verb is used and it means crowding. That's what I want. That's what I want from them.
I would love that because in the Quran it's always mounting an animal or like a ship or something.
Yeah. Riding a ship, riding a ship or mounting an animal. And in the hadith, I mean, there's a huge hadith corpus. I can't say I've read every single hadith. Obviously, I haven't. But I would like them to give us an example. Like I said, I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but give us an example where it's used to mean crowding.
Simple request, right, guys? If you're saying, no, it means crowding, you should be able to say, here's how we know it means crowding. Here's the dictionary. Here's the lexicon. Here's a bunch of passages where it obviously means crowding around.
It should be very easy.
Because we have endless examples of it being mounted to mount or to ride.
Exactly.
And we know this is used sexually. So if you're saying no, something else, you should be able to provide evidence for that. Or it just sounds like you guys are making things up to defend your prophet once again. That would be a shocker.
Not wrong, in the Arabic Bible, the same term is used when Jesus mounted a donkey or something. I think it used the same Arabic word. So we know it can have two meanings. Now, again, I know Christians struggle with ambiguous statements. They just see everything's explicit and then they ignore explicit and they fish in ambiguous. Okay. So how do we work out which one?
That's the Quran.
What?
That was chapter 3, verse 7 he was just describing.
The ambiguous.
That's not Christians. That's what Allah do. That's Allah. Allah likes to he wants Muslims to believe that he puts in unambiguous statements in the Quran that no one else can understand except for him. And he thinks that we're the ones who are just focusing in on that's our thing.
But
that's Allah's thing.
If someone said these people rode me all night and now I'm in pain, how is that ambiguous?
Right.
Yeah, and it's not the Quran, right?
Allah's
talking about Quran verses, and he's saying, it's just like that. I don't know. This is weird stuff, man. Hang on. I saw a comment real quick. Where'd it go? Okay, here we go. Check this out. Hey, we have a comment from a Muslim here. David Wood, even the Muslims are on Sam's side because you are a known liar. At least Sam is real when he talks harsh. Hey, telling everyone that the Muslims are on Sam's side, I don't think that will help Sam's case over here, or your case. Saying that the Muslims are siding with Sam. I don't think that's going to impress people. In other words, I don't think people here are going to be like, oh, what? Muslims are on Sam's side in all of this? Huh. Well, I guess that makes Sam right if Muslims are on his side.
And also, if it makes Sam real, you do know what Sam says about your prophet, don't you? If he's real, then you're still in the Islamic dilemma because Islam is still wrong.
Wow, seems like Muslims really like the work Sam is doing. Huh.
Well, we look at the situation. What's going on here? So what happened? What did the Prophet ﷺ do that resulted in these jinn surrounding him, crowding him, or
Zutt.
whatever, doing whatever they did? What caused that? What was the point of it? What was he doing?
Doing the thing, yada, 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 the thing that they did to him in the desert.
What was You're saying, what's the hikmah in this?
Yeah.
What's the hikmah in this?
It's just so funny how embarrassed they are. They're so ashamed of this. Like, they're so ashamed.
That's what I mean. It's hard to even tell the story without it sounding extremely sexual. And that's why he's like struggling to find the correct words to use that don't sound sexual.
Yeah.
And he's like clearly struggling to do it. Hey, Hamza, I'll actually help you, right? You're going, oh, they assayed him and they did what they did and so on. Just say zutted, right?
Yeah.
Whatever they did to him, we'll call that zutting. They zutted him.
I think we could agree on that one. I think you can agree with us, Hamza.
Yeah. Now, if you think zutted means something else, that's fine. Just say they zutted him, and we'll leave it at that.
For an entire night.
Doing what?
What was he doing? That's what I'm saying.
This guy's not helping.
We finally agreed on using the word zutted, and then Muslim Cowboy has to jump in and said, oh yeah, all night long.
So listen to what they're saying. They crowded him all night long. The crowding never relaxed. Mm-hmm. Does that sound normal? The crowds usually dissipate.
Yeah, and they even came. See, look, they even came over to Abdullah ibn Masud, which made him sit down real quick.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
To keep them from doing what? Keep them from crowding around him. You could still crowd around him, right?
Yeah, they could crowd around the circle.
But if the crowding was so harmless, why didn't Ibn Mas'ud need to be behind the diddy line, or he'll get wrecked? If it's all just crowding.
Yeah, from crowding? Yeah, they're just gathered around because they really want to hear the crowd. If you come over here, you will get wrecked, dude. You will get wrecked. You will be destroyed if you come over here. And they're just crowding around him, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
For what could have been doing for an entire, even not just what was he doing, but he did it for the entire night from Isha.
No, but was he
as Ibn Masud said, until the pillar.
No,
I was like, dude, stop talking about how long it was.
But
he's like, stop talking about how long he got zooted.
Yeah, but he's sitting there, he's going, and what he was doing, he did it all night. No, they were doing it. They were doing it. They're the ones who were zooting. Anyway,
exactly.
Yeah, he's the done too.
He's the
he's on the receiving end. Okay?
Yeah.
He's on the receiving end. He's catching, not pitching. Understand? He's the woman in that relationship, just to be clear. Okay.
Meaning all the way until Fajr.
Remember the passage that they quoted, and the woman had used the same word and it was done to her. Anyway. You don't say, here's what she was doing. He did that to her.
SubhanAllah. Yeah. What was he doing? Was he reciting Quran?
He was reciting Quran.
Right. So let's say now the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, he's gone into the desert. He's told Imam Masud to stay there, and he's gone out and he's recited the Quran, and then all these jinns have what's the word again? Yakribun?
Yorkabun.
Have yorkabuned him. Now let's look at context. What?
Yorkabuned him.
Oh, man.
His Arabic sounds like English in a southern accent.
Yeah, it's the
Yarkaboon.
but the thing is he added an English past tense on it. Yarkabooned him.
So he didn't want to say ride. So he said whatever they did.
The Yarkabooned him.
They Yarkabooned him.
Maybe we should start saying that. We'll
Yeah.
just anglicize it and make it sound like it's funny. He got Yarkabooned.
What?
Yarkaboned.
Seems more viable. The idea that someone's reciting the Quran and all these people come and then they want to ride him like a horse, or they want to crowd and listen to the Quran. Subhanallah. So we've got two choices.
Subhanallah.
We look at the context of the whole statement here. It's only a weird mind that can just dismiss crowding. You know,
Or a mind that would go to a lexicon and not see that anywhere. And think that you guys are making that up, like you keep making things up.
There's another word for crowding. It's completely different. I don't see crowding anywhere in any dictionary that I've seen for Yarkaboon. It's always mount, ride, mount, ride. Like I say, if it exists, I want to see it.
Yeah, so you guys are acknowledging it could be the case. You'd like to see evidence because these guys, we know for a fact these guys constantly make things up. So if you guys haven't seen it, if you didn't see this anywhere, if you didn't see, and the word also means crowding, and they're saying it, but the people who are saying it are people who constantly make things up to defend their fake prophet, then guys, it seems like a reasonable request to say, show us that. Show us the sources where it uses the word in that way. Because if you can't, okay, rode or mounted. And we know the Muslim sources use this sexually.
Yep.
and you know
Just imagine, so DOC, you just pointed out, there's a perfectly fine word that means crowding. Why would they choose the word that could, even if we grant that, possibly mean crowded, but it's definitely not the main use or something like that? Why would they use a word that was understood sexually? Why are they using a word that when it's talking about a man doing something to another man or something like that, or a man doing something to a woman, it means sex? Why would they pick that word?
And say that he was in pain.
And say that he was in pain.
Due to that action.
Due to that.
Due to
because
what they
said,
did to him.
From how much they have ridden him. It's like if they meant something else, they're being they're not saying it. If they meant something else, they're not saying it. And the writer of that narration made sure to mention private parts. Since when, if a crowd comes and crowds you, do you have to mention whether you can see private parts or not?
Yeah, why is that a focus in the story? Like, why even mention that? Like, I don't know of any other hadith where they're like, oh, I didn't see their private parts. Like, why would you? There's a reason why.
They're naked.
Or maybe he couldn't see the private parts because they were.
Because he knew what was happening. The visual didn't.
Or there's another possibility. He couldn't see them because they were,
in his prophet.
In his prophet, yeah, something like that. I don't know.
Well, I mean, it's also dark, and it says something like he was like a stone's throw away or something like that. So he's a little ways away from them.
But the fact that he even makes a point about not being able to see the private part, it's like, why even point that out? There's something significant about that.
Yeah, because All right, let's go.
idea that they say,
Oh, hold up. Robin Yahud says, now we know those who are praying in the streets are waiting for al Zutt and Yarka Boom Boom. I just wanted to quote that because it could do something with the Yarka Boom Boom room at some point. If we have the men of al Zutt in the Boom Boom room, that would be a good show.
he was kind of disheveled, bruised, or
He was feeling pain.
he was feeling pain.
The word in the hadith does say that there was some pain that he was feeling.
Where?
Zakabu, like he was waj'un.
Yeah.
Waj'a. Like there was some pain from what they did to him.
Yeah, so imagine you're there and everyone's like trying to hear, trying to get close. Everyone's push.
And not just,
He's trying to say, imagine they're super close when they're crowding around you, so it left you in pain.
I'm pretty sure they were super close.
Yeah, they were definitely close.
Yeah, too close.
Yeah. I mean, that's not even normal. That's not even normal.
Yeah, since when do crowds come over you when you are in pain? And
Yeah, I mean, anyone who goes to the club or goes to a sporting event or something, there's a crowd. There's a crowd. You're surrounded by a crowd. You're like, oh my goodness, I'm in such pain.
Exactly.
It could, I mean, it could happen. You could, be in a crowd and then it gets, people start trampling, stuff like that. That could happen. But you're talking of all the words they chose for what the men were doing to him, they chose the word which they mounted him or rode him, which is used sexually when it's talking about guys doing it to someone else. And then he returns in pain. And so you got a meaning of a word that you still haven't shown us that it means just crowded. And then crowded doesn't sound like what's going on there. You could have used a different word for crowding. You chose the one that means sex. And then on top of it, he comes back all worn out and in pain. And it sounds like, and it's from what they did to him all night. And you're saying, oh, just imagine, there's a crowd around you. And what's that got to do with him being in pain?
Yeah.
The reason I mentioned that earlier, from Isha until Fajr.
Subhanallah.
We're talking like 7-8 hours.
Subhanallah.
Dude.
And
You're
this
not
guy-
making it any better.
Yeah, this guy. So at the beginning, Hamza kept talking about riding. This guy keeps emphasizing how long it was. It was all night long. 7-8 hours.
7-8 hours. I mean, think if it's 30 men of al Zutt, that's like he's got a like 4 an hour.
and they're pushing and shoving, trying to hear the Quran. And subhanallah, this is how we've always understood it. Now,
What? What does
and
he mean
this is again.
What does he mean? This is how we always.
This is how we always understood. That's another thing you made up. Show.
Yeah.
You didn't even know if it was in the Quran or Hadith.
Yeah.
He didn't know where the story came from. You didn't hear about this story until you heard it from your fans complaining to you about it, who heard it from our fans who've been spreading this around, not in the Zutt sense, who heard it from us. That's so. Don't. Oh, this is what we've been saying all along, all this time. You just heard. You just heard about this, dude, from your fans who are begging you to figure it out.
Yeah, but Muslims do this all the time. You give them like a reference, like even something from the Quran or Hadith, no matter what, and this is the first time hearing about it. And then like 2 seconds later, they'll be like, "Oh, this is what it means."
Yeah.
And it's like they're giving this authoritative interpretation where they've never even heard it before.
But I have a question. Why are they pushing and shoving? The sound can go to all their ears.
Yeah, like why what's the point of getting closer to him? Like, do they like what does
Like,
that do?
why do they have to be up on him to hear something?
And when did he lose his like he's like what shouting for 7 or 8 hours? And he doesn't have any water. Probably like he doesn't say that, right? So it's like he just like shouting for 7 or 8 hours just straight.
So he's reciting Quran 6-7 hours straight, and
they're just like can't help but just rub against them apparently.
Jimmy Berman says that's like 15 minutes of Zutt. Like, all right, guys, we got 7 or 8 hours.
No, 6-7 hours.
Okay, 6 or 7 hours.
No,
he said 7 or 8.
Meme. No, I know that's the meme. That's the meme. Though people in the chat.
Oh,
are saying
6, 7, yeah.
6-7 hours.
Yeah. So yeah.
Wow.
So all right, we got 7 or 8 hours till it gets light here. There's 30 of you. 15 minutes of Zutt.
wow.
Another stupid, I'm going to say stupid, missionary argument, because it's another internal critique. It's another idea that we should believe this.
Oh, they learned this from the Islamic dilemma. Where they're like, how do we respond to this? Oh, we'll call it an internal critique, and that means that they can't actually make an argument against us because
I guess you could say, given what the Al Zutt were doing to Muhammad, I guess we could call it an internal critique.
yeah, internal
Hamza?
something.
An internal zooting.
Internal
It's an internal zooting, all right.
Such a thing because of what it says. But it's not based upon what they think, it's what we think. And according to...
that's what thinks.
They don't know what any of this means, right? He thinks internal critique means they get to decide what everything means and explain it. When all they do is make stuff up. No, you don't get to decide. That's not how this works. If you want to show that you have a correct or accurate interpretation and you have evidence for this, then you could definitely give us that evidence and so on and show us how persuasive it is. But you can't just make up a bunch of stuff and say, it's an internal critique, therefore we decide. That's not how dude, you don't know what an internal critique is.
That's what they actually think. They actually think this is the craziest thing.
But the thing is, we did show them from their sources that it did mean sexual things.
Or it can, yeah.
Unless you mount an animal, it can mean it between humans.
Yeah, oh yeah, between humans, yeah.
So Actually, it's the 21st century Dawa guys that are not in agreement.
But we always understood it. We always understood it like this. Ever since last week, we always understood it like this.
And he can't even say Yarkabuna.
Yarkabund.
He learned it today.
1 second. Where'd that go? Here we go.
Yarkaboom.
Same guy, Sam fan. How do you know his wife is telling the truth? Well, I know both of them for years, and he seems like a far bigger liar and manipulator than she does. In other words, she seems significantly more trustworthy. Everything she says completely lines up with what I know about Sam. In other words, when you say something, and this person did this, and it doesn't sound like something that person would ever do, then you think, okay, maybe this person's making something up. When it sounds like exactly what the sort of things that this person would do, like with her saying, he would call her all these abusive names and stuff to try and keep her degraded. That's exactly what you see on his channel. When she says anyone who criticized his behavior, he would run them out. But if they agreed with him and condemned her, then they would be welcome, and they could sit there and condemn her. And so that's exactly what you see on his channel. Anyone who disagrees with him, get out of here. Anyone who agrees with me, okay, you're welcome to stay. So yeah, I just have to say, what she says fits a lot better than saying, nope, I'm the victim. She's just making stuff up. She's just making all this stuff up. So, but I have to say, you just called AP apus, and that is bannable offense here.
Yeah, this is the Muslim who's defending Sam.
So weird.
I've never seen that before. Muslim defending Sam. That's crazy. But it seems to fit now. It seems to fit. So yeah, Sam also has a history of lying about hitting his wife for years and years and years and years, and then he goes on and say, "I never lied to you guys." But he's been lying about that for years and years and years and years. So he actually has a history of lying about this kind of stuff. And until there comes some undeniable proof, like a picture that he himself shows, then he admits that he actually beat her, he actually hit her. But up until then, the guy's been lying about that for years and years and years.
Yeah, just a day or so before he showed the picture of the black eye of his wife, he said, "I'm not a wife beater." So how is it that the next day or the day after you show a picture of the injury?
Yeah, what a dope, by the way, right?
Yeah.
Who does that?
Look, yeah, well, one, he goes live the same time we're live, but then he gets this brilliant idea that I will preempt what they're doing by showing you what I think they're about to show before they show it. And then he shows stuff that I wasn't going to show. I'm not going to show a picture of your wife. I'm not going to put a picture of your wife, even with the black. I'm not going to put that picture of your wife on the internet. Why? That involves her. I wasn't going to do that. And then he does it. Oh, look, here's my wife's black eye after I grabbed her by the hair and punched her in the face. It's like, what, dude? I wasn't going to show that. The graphic image is more disturbing to people than just hearing it, and you put it out there. What a dope, man! But
yeah,
but he knows the Bible. He's super smart, so that means he's a great tactician.
The devil quoted the Bible to Jesus in the wilderness. If you quote the Bible, it means nothing. It doesn't mean you're righteous just by quoting something.
Yeah, it's not impressive to Jesus if you can quote the Bible or anything like that. Quoting the Bible is unimpressive to Jesus, especially when you're abusing it and abusing people with it. So humility, love, faith, hope, etc. These are gifts that are, something that are virtuous. But when you abuse a gift, that's not virtuous. So he also has lied about how, like I said, for years and years, he denied hitting his wife. And then he releases an email where he says that he actually hit her another time prior to the black eye incident. And he said that he says that he jabbed her. And this is a guy who weighed 320 pounds by his own admission at the time.
Probably
and his wife
500 pounds. That's nice.
Sorry.
He was big.
Yeah.
That's what I don't understand why he feels so bad. He looked way worse back then. So he's in
Yeah.
better shape. So Sam, compliment to you. You are you're saying you have all these issues going out and stuff like that. You look way better than you did back then.
Yeah, that's true. And like he lost a lot of weight, but the point is also that he was like triple her size, and this guy boxed. He was a boxer, like, or at least he has some boxing training. So when he says he jabbed her in the shoulder, he's admitting again to hitting her again. So he's admitting to at least hitting her 2 times, admitting to that now. Before it's a complete lie. I never hit her, never beat her. But you admitted it now, accidentally. And this is another thing. Sorry, I have to. Is it okay if I do this real quick? I just want to say this. So he has this thing.
Yeah. Hey, hang on. I just wanted to point out, like, how dumb. I mean, how absolutely stupid Sam's fans are. So I just pointed out how dumb Sam is. Like, think about this. Like, we're live and he's thinking, here's what they're going to bring up. And he thought I was going to like show up and have like Anthony on here and everyone he's ever wronged. And that's what it was going to be. He's wrong about that. But then as we're live, here's what he thinks. Here, let me put it this way. There are a bunch of things he knows that I know. Right. And so he thinks I'm going to bring up all these things. And he knows I have the picture of his wife with the black eye. I actually have multiple pictures. But he knows I have that, so he thinks I'm going to use it, even though I'm not. I'm not going to put her face on my live stream. But in his mind, brilliant guy he is, hey, I'll post it in my live stream first. What was the goal there? Like, what did you think that would accomplish? It'd be like, oh, but Sam posted the picture of his wife after he punched her in the face first, so I guess it's okay. Like, what? There was no point to it. There was 0 point to it. And you did it, and it actually backfired because I wasn't going to post it, and now it's out there, and it will be there forever because everyone screenshotted it who wants to point out what you did. But it's like, think about how dumb that is. It's impulsive, stupid behavior that makes no sense. But then you've got his fans who come over here, and they start, we're talking about Muhammad and Zutt. No, talk about Sam. What about Sam? Talk about Sam. Okay, we'll talk about Sam. Is this going the way you wanted? You don't want us talking about Zutt? You want us talking about Sam? Really? Okay. All right, Jai.
Yeah.
What do you want to say?
Yeah. So he often appeals to, and this is another instance where he'll quote something, but he makes there's no biblical application to what he's actually talking about. He's just completely twisting the scripture, and he has no idea what it's actually saying here, or if he does, he's lying. Because the scripture says in Romans 11, verse 8, that God has given the Israelites who were blinded because they rejected Jesus and they rejected the Messiah, that he's given them over to a spirit of stupor. So it's not in the context of God judging Christians and, like Sam says, oh, he gave, this guy a spirit of stupor and now he's telling on himself. Well, if that's the case, though, even though it's not the correct interpretation and Sam's twisting this, or he's lying to everybody, he's either twisting it, showing he's not competent to, teach, or he's lying, which showing he shouldn't be teaching, because he's abusing the Bible to try to make this point. Romans 11, verse 8 does not say that God will give Christians a spirit of stupor. It's talking about the Israelites who are blinded, who rejected the Messiah. Now, he uses this to say that when people in his mind accidentally tell on themselves and vindicate what he's saying, that God is handing them over to judgment and giving them a spirit of stupor. Well, if we use that same standard for him and apply it to him, this is the guy who has the spirit of stupor according to his own definition. Why? Because he's the one admitting to things that no one has ever brought up, or before you ever brought them up, he's showing evidences of things to where his moderators, like William and the other mods that he has, who are saying, oh, Sam, you accidentally showed an email where you admitted to lashing out and hitting your wife. And look, these are the mods who are supposed to, these are supposed to be Christians who have his back and stuff like that, and they're trying to cover for him. Dude, you accidentally showed an email where you hit your wife. You got to take that down. You got to delete it. And Sam's like, no, I did that on purpose. I did it on purpose. No, you didn't do it on purpose.
It was a mistake.
That was a spirit of stupor on you, and you told on yourself with that own spirit of stupor. So your mods who are trying to cover for you, like this guy William trying to cover for you, he said they're panicking. He said, my mods are panicking. Guys, I know I did that. No, you didn't know you did that. You made a stupid mistake, and you told on yourself. And then he did it a second time where he showed himself admitting in the email that he hit his wife prior to the black eye incident. A spirit of stupor came upon you, Sam, and now you're telling on yourself, and you're making yourself look worse and like a bigger liar than you were before. So if anyone has a spirit of stupor, it's Sam.
Yeah, he says, I'm not a wife beater, and then the next day
shows two instances
with a picture of a bashed up face, and that face is not his.
And
Like-
and for his mods who are trying to cover for him, they should be majorly rebuked. You're trying to cover for his sin and say, oh, people might be able to use this against you. You accidentally brought this out. Like, dude, if this is your friend and this is your teacher, and you have a godly love for him and you want the best for him, you don't have him hide things and try, let's cover it up, guys, let's cover it up. This is the cover up culture that we're talking about. So shame on you, William, and shame on you, Sam, a million times. These guys are in all the mods, and especially the mod who threatened to dox us as well. Shame on all these guys. They're pathetic, and they're liars, and they're just covering things up. They're covering up for sin, and these guys are using the tactics of the Muslims, flagging videos.
They seem like an evil cult. They flag the videos. Let's dox this guy and stuff. Why?
Yeah, shame on them.
What are you worried about? What are you worried about coming out? I put this up because I don't know what the context is. Why did he not extract himself from that situation? That could refer to Muhammad, the Zutt. Why did he not extract himself from that situation? Could refer to Abdullah ibn Masud. Why did he not get out of there when he had the chance? Or could refer to Muhammad. Could refer to Sam. Extracting himself from the situation if he's saying that he was so horribly abused and so on. Not sure. All right. So, Sam fans, is this going the way you thought? Huh? Is this the way you wanted it to go? We're happy talking about... Dude, this is serious. This is what's crazy, right? Just as when I parted ways with Sam, I was happy to go off and do my own things. Let the Lord deal with you. Let people who are watching you deal with your behavior. I'm done. I'll go do my own thing. Leave me alone, right? That was his wife said it. Just leave me alone. Leave me alone, right? And here we are. Okay, we already said what we wanted to say. We said what we wanted to say on Sunday. We said it. We said it all. We said it all. And so now we want to do other things. His fans are not going to let us. Every single live stream, David, what about Sam? Blah, blah, blah. And we're going to talk about Sam more. Dudes, this is not going to go the way you want. You are never, ever, ever going to help Sam by getting us on, while we're addressing other topics, to start talking about Sam. So, guys, I know Sam is your leader, and Sam behaves impulsively and does the stupidest things anyone could possibly do that backfire and blow up in his face over and over and over again. And you basically worship him, so you absorb the same impulsive behavior where you just go around just starting things up everywhere and running your mouths everywhere. Guys, do you really want to do this? Do you really want to do this? Do you want us to keep talking about Sam even when we're talking about other things? Is that what you want? Because we'll do it. We'll do it. We just wonder what goes through your head when you're like, hey, they're talking about Muhammad and Al-Zutt. Let's make them talk about Sam Shamoon. Gosh, you guys are nuts. Everything. Why? Because you're in a cult and everything's about Sam Shamoon. You're in a cult of Sam Shamoon. All that matters in the world is Sam Shamoon. So you go into a different live stream. Sam Shamoon. What about Sam Shamoon? What about Sam Shamoon? Oh boy. What was that?
I was just saying I can't. Oh, yeah, you were saying something first.
What's funny is Sam told them, don't go and defend me because it will look like you're not in a cult. What do? They prove they're in a cult by coming to defend him. You guys, you should listen to him and not defend him because that's not what he wanted. He wanted to prove something else. You're proving our point.
Yeah, but notice that though. Okay, you guys are not in a cult. You're not Shamoonians. Next breath. This is what you're not going to do. You're not going to do this. You're not going to do this. You're not going to do that. All these rules. Don't go over there. Don't do this. Don't do that. It's like, wait a minute. Are they in a cult or not? Can they just do what they want to do, or do they have to follow your rules everywhere they go, even outside of your stream? Can they just go to David's stream when you're not there?
No,
but they
you
still have to follow your dictations and your rules. Like, David, have you ever instructed the chat
not to do something
in someone else's chat, like when they're not in
don't go over there, they're gonna be talking about me. Guys, don't go over there, don't go over there, no, don't go over there.
Like, you're setting rules.
Ain't your boss?
That's crazy.
I'll come up with plans like, hey, here's a point, guys, everyone go share this point because we want this to become common knowledge and so on. But I mean, at the end of the day, I'm not your boss. If you don't want to follow that, don't follow that.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not in a cult, but here's what you must not do.
Yeah.
You don't realize the discrepancy.
Again, the spirit of stupor that he talks about, this guy has embodied that. And you know what? I want to say for so long, I had the same kind of mindset as you, David, as well. Like whenever people bring up Sam in our chat, we would just ignore it. And I just thought the same way as you. Like if anyone just sees this guy for 5 minutes, they're going to realize this guy's like a complete phony, a complete fraud. Like you don't need me to say it, right? That's what I thought. I thought that. And so I had the same mentality as you. Like people are going to find it out. Tune into Sam for 5 minutes. I'm not joking. He'll be praising Jesus. Then he'll literally cuss someone's mom out. And I'm not exaggerating. It's in the same breath. And like in James, which James 3 talks about that, like the same tongue that used to bless God curses, man, like that's
Sam, one of the main verses that you would instantly think of with Sam. And that's the issue. It's like everything he does, he's violating so many passages, but then he'll take a verse and just use it to beat you to death. Like, no, you violated this verse. Oh, what kind of you see? You're not a Christian. This person should be completely ignored and cast out of the church. See, because he violated it. Dude, you're violating hundreds of verses every time you do a live stream, and you don't care even slightly.
No.
Rules don't apply. Rules don't apply to the cult leader. Weird stuff.
Like, oh, sorry. I'm just going to keep going on. So, yeah, why don't we just go back? Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Guys, much like the Zutt with Muhammad, we can go all night long talking about Sam, but we'll return to Zutt.
Our scholars, how was that night understood? Do we have any scholars who've spoken about this?
Yeah, so, and that's actually an amazing point. If they're going to come in and make a critique about something that's in our tradition, that internally we already have it discussed, this is one, I think, it's disingenuous of them from the beginning. And two, when they bring it up, they strawman the whole position, because whenever the videos that I have seen that have been made about this, they leave out the part of that last sentence that's here in Musnad Imam Ahmed, number 3945, for people who want to look this up, and then 3788 in other prints. But that last part they leave out because they don't want you to know that he was actually there for a purpose, which was reciting the Quran, which we have the Quran talking about that exact night that was there, right? And then the strawman position that they make is that these were human beings and not jinn. And we're going to get to the scholars. But that last sentence, إِنَّ الْقُرْآنَ أُوحِيَ إِلَيَّ فَقُرِيَ عَلَى الْجِنِّ. Okay? The Quran was revealed to me and was recited to the jinn. And this was what the Prophet ﷺ told to Ibn Mas'ud. Now, the scholars who did tasheeh, who did authentication of this, the only one that I could find that made this a authentic hadith was Ahmed Shakir, which was one of the muhaddithin from the past. And he's not that well known for being one of the greatest authenticators of hadith, but he did do tasheeh of this in his tahqiq of Musnad Imam Ahmed. However, many scholars since then, including the board at Darus Salam, they said this was weak. And Imam al-Albani himself, he didn't list it as fabricated, but he said that it is from the gharib traditions, which is in the weak traditions. So there is some ghuraba in the chain itself in different parts of the hadith. So,
any thoughts on any of that?
He said that we skipped the part where
he recited the Quran.
Muhammad recited the Quran. No, we have it in our on our
in the original slides that we did with you and Raymond before when we were on that stream with you guys. That was we had that there. We have it today.
We can share.
It's okay. We don't need to show it, but
yeah,
no, it's okay. We have the same thing that we have. Oops, what's that? Okay. Oh, sorry. I thought we exited by mistake. Yeah. So that we have that, and I don't know what videos he's watching where what he's referring to. Obviously, it's not your videos because you're reading the whole entire thing.
I don't think I talk about. I'm trying to think. I don't think I talk about the jinn, but there's a reason that.
I mean, the stream that we did with you, we read the whole thing.
Oh, okay.
The whole entire thing.
Yeah. No, there's a. Let me explain how I interpret hadiths, Muslim cowboy. And I'll give the example of the satanic verses. You go to the earliest versions of the satanic verses. They're they're pretty clear on Muhammad reciting the satanic verses because, he really wanted his tribe to convert or to stop persecuting Muslims, but he wanted his tribe, the Quraysh, to join him and so on. So he's longing for some revelation that would help them. And then he's reciting the Quran. He's reciting a new surah of the Quran, and then he gets to part, and Satan gives him the words, and then Muhammad recites these words, the satanic verses, telling people that Allat, Alus, and Manat, these three pagan goddesses, can intercede for Muslims. So you still have Allah, the main god, but now you have pagan bird goddesses who can fly your prayers up to Allah, and he confirms them and so on. As the story goes on, it becomes more embarrassing, and whatever's most embarrassing, they start watering those things down. They start changing it to where you get to later versions where Muhammad doesn't say the satanic verses. Satan imitates his voice. And so it just sounds like people thought Muhammad said it, but Muhammad didn't really say it. So in other words, they change the story over time to make it less embarrassing. So when I'm reading a story like this in your sources, it's okay. Muhammad goes out in the desert. He tells Abdullah ibn Masud, stand behind the Didi line. And then he's out in the desert with a bunch of men of Zutt who rode him all night long, mounted him and rode him all night long. He returns all worn out and hurt from what they did to him and passes out on Abdullah ibn Masud's lap. If that's the original version of the story, that sounds pretty embarrassing, right? We have lots of people who would just go, whoa, that sounds like something really, 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 really disturbing was going on with our prophet. Later on, does it make sense that people would say, yeah, maybe those were jinn. Maybe those were jinn. And maybe they're reading the Quran. Maybe he was reading the Quran to the jinn out there or something like that. I can see something like that happening. Right, I can see something like that happening. The story just doesn't make sense if Muhammad went out of the desert to recite the Quran to the jinn. Why are they mounting him and he's returning in pain and stuff? It just doesn't make sense. If there's some original story where Muhammad's out in the desert with the men of Zutt, and then Muslims, as they add their embellishments, which they do, we know this happens. It happens over and over again. They embellish and change things to make them less embarrassing. Kind of makes sense that we get the versions that we have now. So anyway, you can completely disagree with that methodology. You can say, no, we have to stick with the hadith as exactly as is written. That seems silly. We know for a fact Muslims change things to make them less embarrassing. So you can reject what I'm saying. I'm pointing out you can't expect me to go to every hadith and interpret it the way you want me to interpret it, right? If I know you guys embellish things, then I'm looking, okay, what? And I know you guys change things and add details and take out details and stuff to make stuff less embarrassing.
Which is what he did.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
He was happy to leave it like that.
Yeah, he was trying to leave it up.
Writing part. Yeah.
Yeah, and if it wasn't for his friend kept cornering him,
he would have left it out completely.
And so, yeah, that's how I read your sources. So one, I can read sources exactly like you read them and say, okay, here's what the story says. But if it's a story where it's sounding like something weird, I try to think, okay, what do I think is the historical core here, and what do I think could be a later embellishment? The story makes no sense if this is about Muhammad reciting the Quran to some jinn, and they're crowding. It's a really, really, really. The story doesn't make any sense, and so my sort of evolving version of the story would make sense. But anyway, what do you guys? Anything else?
He was lying, saying that the hadith is gharib. Gharib is a term. He was trying to say that it means it's weaker than it should be. That's not true.
Yeah, it's actually the
opposite. It makes it stronger.
Yeah. So At-Tirmidhi says that this hadith is Hasan Gharib. And then if you don't know what that means, you can go to Islam Web, and you go to Islam Web, and on Islam Web they define what that means. And it says the hadith about which At-Tirmidhi says Hasan Gharib is stronger than the hadith about which he says Hasan only.
So Hasan means good. So if he just said Hasan by itself, it would be good enough. He says Hasan Gharib, which is even stronger.
according to his own terminology. So he's actually wrong about that.
So he's using the word gharib because in the modern sense of the word, it means strange.
Strange or odd
But
or
that's
weird.
not. But that's not what it means
In
the
hadith terminology,
grading, in the ancient gradings of hadith. It actually makes it stronger. So here he's being deceptive.
once again. Yeah.
Shocker, 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 shocker.
Yeah.
From scholars who have come since Ahmed Shakir, they have talked about this. Nonetheless, if you look at any of the scholars who even discuss this hadith, when they talk about it and they break it down, let's pretend like it is sahih. Say Imam Ahmed Shakir was correct in his authentication of this, right? Which it appears that this hadith is not rigorously authentic. But did this still happen? Yes, we know that the Prophet ﷺ did go meet the jinn.
Yeah.
Because there's also other hadith, like the one I was trying to
Which
read
doesn't
earlier,
mention-
that doesn't even mention the Yarkabun part.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, in other words, some people would want to leave out the embarrassing details.
Either way, what we do know is that jinn are mentioned in this hadith and in others. The Quran is mentioned in this hadith and in others. So we know this. So
because you brought the other hadith in. And what's the view of the scholars on the other hadith that doesn't mention Yukrabun?
Well, they've just mentioned that.
No, is it still...
No, that he was just standing there until the end of the night.
No. I'm not talking about what is said. I'm saying about the authenticity of it.
Oh, it's also not that authentic.
So it's the same
I mean,
thing.
they're all pretty... but because there's a lot of different narrations, it strengthens it as a story as a whole.
The Prophet ﷺ did something with the jinn.
And because of the Quran, we know that the Prophet...
you hear that, David?
What's that?
Because you hear that, David? Because there's so many narrations of it, even if they're weak, that points to the veracity of the story. Oh, interesting. Okay, good to know.
Wait. So if I had 50 versions of the satanic verses, that's good to know.
Strong to me.
I might need to clip that because he's finally making sense on one little point.
Because I think the Zutt story, I've only seen it like 4 times, maybe like 4 or 5 times. I don't know. And he thinks that that's a lot. Like, because there's so many corroborating stories,
But
even if it's weak, it's...
But Tirmidhi said it was good.
Yeah, but... And also,
Ahmed
Shakir as well.
I said it was sahih.
The chain is sahih. Yeah, but the point is though, he's saying that because there's so many, therefore...
It must have happened.
It must have happened. So, okay, great rule. Thank you for that rule.
It's like if you have 50 people, let's say each one of them is weak, and they all narrate the same thing, the story happened.
Maybe, yeah. There's some truth to it.
There's some truth to it, even if each one is weak, which isn't actually for the Zutt story. There's a lot of strengths in some of these narrations.
Yeah.
Someone just said, honor scholar said, Hamza looks exhausted. Everyone see Hamza there? That's what Muhammad looked like.
Yeah, he's
after
like,
the night of Zutt.
Yeah, he's like trying to pull teeth with this guy, Muslim cowboy. He can't get him on the same page as him.
What is happening is that he can't get a straight answer. That's how we feel when
that's
we talk
a good
to Muslims.
point. Yeah, that's a good point.
It's like, can you please focus on the problem part?
Yeah.
And what is the grading of that other one that you said?
Like, they're doing the Dawa tactics on the Dawa guys.
On each other. Because he knows the pushback. Muslims will be like, well, you didn't actually address it.
Mm-hmm.
It did reveal to the jinn because of what we have from the Quran. Now, regardless of the exact way that this event happened.
These books are huge. They're like 15 feet behind them, but my goodness.
That night, what happened? Not a single scholar. There is no scholar in Islam, from our scholars, who say that they were human beings.
Okay,
that's the important point. So whether or not this or that, why was he tired, none of them agree that they were humans. Okay?
Okay, hold on.
And now, if you're going to make this internal critique about us...
What's that?
Now,
make this internal critique.
Yeah, this is internal critique.
Quit saying internal when you're talking about the story of Zutt and what they did to your prophet, dude.
So whatever happened, it wasn't done by humans. That doesn't make it good.
Yeah, not only that, but like what we were saying earlier, the jinn, according to Islam, they can take on physical human form. And there are some scholars, there's a mixed opinion. Some scholars actually say that jinn can have intercourse with people, with humans.
Yeah, jinn like eat food and things like that.
Yeah.
They eat things and so on. So they're physical beings who are invisible usually. But then they can become visible, but they're physical beings. And so what's weird is I mean, again, if I'm thinking about the evolution of the story, it would be like, okay, so Muhammad meets some men out in the desert and this happens to them. Let's say it's jinn and so on. That makes sense. But if you're talking about physical beings mounting and riding your prophet, and the word is used of sex, and he returns all worn out and hurt, it just sounds like you're saying a bunch of physical beings who are jinn appeared and did all the same stuff to him, and that this is what gave him the strength of 30 men.
Someone in the chat, they rightly labeled it Jintercourse. It's Jintercourse. That's what it is.
Everyone in the chat, keep that word because I'm going to forget it. That's an important word to add to our repertoire. We want to keep that. We want to keep that word for future whenever we're talking about this story and people want to say, oh, but it's jinn. Okay, then they were having jintercourse.
And make it extremely derogatory. Now you're going to have to prove to us from your outside perspective how jinn could even have these kind of relationships.
Yeah, but they can slip that.
Well, I know, but I'm saying now are you saying that you believe in jinn? Right? Right? Because they don't believe in jinn. They believe that Satan was a fallen angel. There's no third category of these jinn.
Yeah.
Okay, so you'd have to
No, but it's an internal critique, so they don't have to believe in them.
Yeah, but they're using external methods to deal with this internal critique. They're already kind of...
No, they're saying that we have to believe this thing. So it's about our...
Whoa, we're not saying you have to. We're not saying you have to believe anything. We're saying you have this story, and it sounds really bad, and it sounds like Muhammad got banged by a bunch of men of the Zutt, so from India, who were renowned for their sexual potency and virility, and the fact that they were always ready for sex. Sounds like they were with Muhammad in the desert, did something to him that was described as mounting him and riding him all night long, and he returned in pain and passed out and put his head down on Abdullah ibn Mas'ud's date bowl. And so that's what it sounds like. So we're pointing out, it's like, hey, your prophet sounds like he did something messed up here. And we could be extremely charitable and give you the benefit of the doubt and say, oh, you're saying it just means crowd around. Oh, okay, we can't find that anywhere, but we'll just take your word for it. And you're saying, oh, this word doesn't refer to sexual intercourse in Arabic, when we know it does, but we'll just pretend you're right. We could be extremely charitable and go with everything you're saying, but you seem to have missed the entire point. We're adopting your method, except we're not lying. But you guys go to the Bible, you flat out lie about it. You flat out lie and come up with these insane, ridiculous interpretations that make absolutely no sense of the passage. And so we're responding and saying, fine, don't tell us to give you the benefit of the doubt on when we're talking about your sources. Don't. And so now this is the boat you're in. This is the boat you're in because you're sitting here with a guy, the Muslim cowboy, who completely lies about the Bible constantly. Okay, Don't tell us to go with his interpretation of the story of Muhammad and the men of Zutt. No, we don't have to. We can go with exactly what it sounds like. And so, no, we don't. We know you guys aren't going to agree with us. We know you're not going to, oh yeah, Muhammad got banged in the butt by the men of Zutt. We know you're not going to say that. But we're going to use it to point out how screwed up your prophet and your sources are. And how hypocritical you are in your methodology when you demand the charitable interpretation for your sources, but you go with the most insane, deranged interpretations of our sources that your God affirms, oddly enough.
And this weird idea that they're getting at here between themselves, arguing about whether it's internal, external critiques and what you're allowed to do and not allowed to do in argumentation. It's a very strange discussion. These guys are just making stuff up. They just don't even know. But you can tell it's like, if they can't even agree amongst themselves, and these are the Dawa guys, on what argumentations are, it just like how much less are they able to even communicate that to us, like the outsiders. Like they can't even tell themselves, oh, you're allowed to do this, you're not allowed to do that with this type of argumentation or that type of argumentation. One guy has one set of rules, another guy has another set of rules, and so that's why you have all these Dawa guys, I guess, contradicting each other so much. But what's interesting about that is that he tried to discredit us talking about this because, like, oh, you guys don't have a category of jinns. You don't have a category of jinns, so therefore this can't even account for this in your reality. And I'm thinking, first of all, that's ridiculous. Okay, so if a Muslim sees something and they describe it as like, oh, they think it's a jinn, it's like someone saying they saw an alien or like a UFO. It's like a Christian is not like, oh, that didn't happen just because we don't believe in aliens or something. It's like, oh no, that could be a demon. It could be a demonic manifestation or something like that. Or, it could be, we believe in demonic forces and we believe in angels as well. So we believe in the spiritual world, in a spiritual realm. And we know that there are real angels, there are real demons, and they exist. So if someone gives an account and they say like, they saw an alien or something like that, it doesn't necessarily mean they're lying. They could have seen a demon. Or someone said they saw a jinn, they could have actually seen a demon. They're just writing it down as if they saw an alien or as if they saw a jinn. And he's saying, oh, you can't account for that as a Christian. You can't account for that because you don't have jinn. Like, these guys are so ridiculous in how they do their critiques.
Yeah, the way I see it is, it could have been seen as jinn, but they were just normal men of Zutt.
That's
That's what I mean. Why are the jinn appearing and looking like the men of Zutt?
Yeah.
So he's describing, and then he's passing it on, and Muslims are sharing the story and stuff like this.
Yeah. It's like when Dihya al-Kalbi would come and
Oh
Muhammad
yeah,
would say
it's the
Jibreel.
angel Gabriel. Yeah, guys. By the way, notice the parallel there, right? So Muhammad, when he was in private meetings with Dihya al-Kalbi, he would say, "Oh, that's the angel Gabriel." He just he takes the form of Dihya al-Kalbi to look like him. Okay, what do you really think is going on when Muhammad's in his private meetings when he's falling asleep on Dihya's lap afterwards? Like, what do you think's actually going on? That's really the angel Gabriel?
Yeah, the date bowl.
Yeah, because we don't really believe it was Gabriel that came to Muhammad doesn't mean we can look at it and say something else weird happened.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so you see the same thing. You see the same thing here. Muhammad's doing something weird with doing something shady with Dihya al-Kalbi, and what's he say? Oh, it's the angel Gabriel. And here you have a different kind of situation with that. Muhammad's out with the men of Zutt. No, and Muslims. Oh, it must be jinn. Okay, you can believe it's jinn, but not what it sounds like, guys.
Yeah, but it's completely
no. But what I'm saying is that just because they don't have to believe it happened. They don't have to believe jinn exists.
But if they take this position, saying that we have to believe it, and we have all these other descriptions of things that happen, they also have to accept that if they're going to use it, all these other aspects of what we believe in Islam also have to be valid if we're going to.
No, we don't.
We just basically.
Oh, Hamza sees that he's stupid here. He's like, dude, I know like we're both white Muslims, and I know like people like to glorify us because we're white Muslims, but I mean, I'm sorry, dude. I'm not going to kiss your butt like the other Muslims. I'm going to tell you you're wrong.
Yeah, just imagine that. Hey, if you accept that there is a reliable historical kernel here, then you have to accept everything else in Islam. No, what planet are you from? Like, just imagine.
It actually makes sense to him, David. It actually makes sense to him. That's the craziest thing.
He's not very bright.
Yeah, no, he's not. No, and think about that. Think about the hypocrisy when they say, "Look right here, John 14:16. This is about Muhammad." You say, "Okay, read the rest of the chapter where Jesus says that's the Holy Spirit, definitely not Muhammad." No, you can't do that. Like, wait a minute. If what he just said is true, then if you guys go to the Bible and you try to interpret a passage, then we say, no, you have to accept all of the Christian views about this entire passage. They would never in a million years agree to that. And they're saying that's what we have to do with their story about Muhammad getting banged in the desert by the men of Zutt? No. The answer is no. You guys don't get to make hypocritical rules like that and think that they apply. But fortunately, it sounds like Hamza agrees with us that that's a stupid made-up rule.
Yeah, so the hadith calls Muhammad the prophet, the messenger of Allah. So because you reject that, he's the messenger of Allah, you can't possibly even use this story against us because you don't believe that. It's like, what the heck? What kind of world are you living? What color is the sky in your world, dude?
Mm-hmm. Wild stuff.
Just means we can be held accountable to those things. I think, my chairman.
It's okay. No. I'll drop my chair down too. There we go.
Okay.
Same level.
So let's just imagine. Okay.
Look, you even saw the green screen.
They don't have to believe it.
Hold up. When his chair went down, look. Was it right
I think
there?
he ate too many dates in his chair.
I think.
Look, there we go.
It's okay. No. I'll drop
See his arm coming in there on the right.
Yeah.
my chair down too. There we go.
Okay. So let
Quit making it so obvious.
Good catch.
And look at these flowers, how fake they look. They're like in a cartoon or something.
let's just imagine. Okay, I don't think personally that is going to have an effect to say, well, they weren't people, they were jinn. Do any scholars say that they were riding him like a horse?
No, there's no scholar that ever considered that this was the riding of like a horse.
Right.
Where even when
Yeah. we don't interpret it as riding him like a horse either, like he's galloping around and they've got a saddle on him and stuff like that. That's the point. If you're using it for what someone is doing to another person, it means sex. It could mean riding, but you know, he jumped on his back and then he rode him around. He rode around like a horse or something like that. So no, I can't imagine anyone saying, they put a saddle on him and rode him like a horse. Don't know why anyone would think that. So don't know why you're bringing it up.
Scholars talk about it. They will quote the meaning of Yarkabun, meaning that it's to crowd upon.
To crowd upon. Okay.
Correct.
So this is the important part. So in our tradition, that's never been understood to ride. So you can never get to the sick understanding of that word, or that new understanding of that
Which
word.
is
Yeah, so Muslims don't have that understanding that he was, he said that they're not understanding it as them riding him around like a horse. Therefore, you can never get to that understanding unless you just look at what the word means and you look at what it sounds like it's saying.
Yeah, exactly.
He said there were some scholars that said crowd. I want the name of the scholar and the page and the book.
Yeah, because Ali Dawa, he probably says it, and then Muhammad Hijab, he probably said.
Yeah,
So
and
it would
like
be
we're saying,
anachronistic
this stuff might. What we're saying is this stuff might exist. We give us the evidence. Like they don't. They just talk. They don't give any evidence.
And he has lying body language when he says it. He doesn't do eye contact, and he looks like, he says, our scholars say crowd.
Mm-hmm.
The fake scholars, the invisible scholars that no one has heard of before. Because you know for sure if they had a scholar who said that scholar would be on the screen everywhere.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, why aren't you guys bringing up these scholars in response to the story? We're posting videos that are getting tons of views. We're talking about it. You guys are saying a bunch of things, many of which we know are factually false, and you won't give any sources for the rest of the things you're saying. That just looks awfully suspicious.
because this is a term that has come about in modern language and modern, you know.
All right, let me just cover. If it said hump.
See that they're back to this is something that came up in modern language that you could ride someone. No, sorry, we already showed that goes on in the Muslim sources as well.
Yes.
Yeah. If he was humped all night, astaghfirullah.
Yeah.
You couldn't get around that. But to say ride, you could only say he rode like a horse, which doesn't make any sense.
Exactly.
So
Everyone, do you understand his entire argument right now? It's like, oh, but our scholars don't think it means rode like a horse. That doesn't make any sense. Therefore, it doesn't mean ride. Therefore, it must have been crowded. We already showed in Muslim sources they use this word rode to refer to sex. And so all of this, everything they're saying right now is complete nonsense. Just complete nonsense. It's already been completely destroyed.
you're somebody and you've got two choices to either these entity either crowded him or put a saddle on him and rode him like a horse, right? And you have to choose one, and you look at the context. He's there, he's gone into the desert, he's reading the Quran to them. Why would they ride him like a horse?
Now it's just a straw man, right? It's they're saying you
it's
rode him like a horse.
man.
No one's saying that. No one. Literally no one. None of us. Not Raymond Ibrahim, not me, not Jai, not DOC. No one is saying they rode him like a horse. They use a word here. You've got a definition that we don't see anywhere, but you could show it to us if you have it and show us where it's used. But wherever you see this word, if you see it's used with an animal, it's riding. But if it's used of what one person, what a man is doing to his wife or something like this, it's sex. And whatever it was, that's what these Zutt guys in the desert were doing to Muhammad. So what you need to look, Hamza. Let's break it down into 3, right? You said break it down into 2. It's, they're riding him like a horse, or it means crowding around. Let's break it down. They're riding him like a horse. That's one interpretation. They're crowding around him, or they're banging him, right? The riding like a horse, that doesn't make any sense, as you agree. So that one's gone. The crowding around him, we don't see any evidence for it, and it doesn't fit. Why is people crowding around him, leaving him in pain, and then he goes and collapses and passes out on Abdullah ibn Mas'ud's lap and so on. So that doesn't make any sense. What does make sense? Whatever this is about, they're banging him. That's the one that makes most sense. That's why it sounds like that to us.
But they think that if they repeat something enough, it becomes an option.
Mm-hmm.
Crowding, crowding, crowding.
Yep.
We can't grant that. It doesn't appear in any dictionary. If it does, I want to see it.
Yep.
So you putting it as an option. So they added an option that was never there, the crowding, and they removed an option that should have been there, the sexual.
Yeah,
side.
so they took the option that sounds like what the passage is saying, and they just ignored it as an option, and then the option he goes with is one that they made up for themselves.
Yeah, we showed evidence that it's sexual from Ali ibn Abi Talib talking about women and men doing things.
Yeah,
Yeah, that it
and
can't
they
be used
and they
as
flat out made
human.
up. Oh no, it's never used like that. Yes, it is. It is used like that. So they're making up an alternative meaning for the word. They're making up the idea that it wasn't used in a sexual sense. Everything is just made up. Guys, if you have to constantly make things up to respond to the story of Zutt, that kind of tells us something, right? If you have to make up a bunch of things to avoid what the story implies, maybe what the story implies is that's what happened.
Ah, that's a great point, because imagine if we had to do these like gymnastics when they brought up like Rebecca's 3 when she was 3, and we had to do this kind of like gymnastics that they're doing. I mean, then people might be like, oh, maybe they're onto something. Maybe Rebecca really is 3 quarters of the Bible. If we had to do this kind of stuff. But obviously, all we need to literally do is just read the Bible. It's really clear. We just read Genesis 22, go towards the end, and it's like, unless you're positing that Rebecca's born the same time as her father is, then, you know, your interpretation is already out the window. But yeah, so they're supposed to be steelmanning us.
Mhm.
But as we established, they don't know what these words mean. So they're actually doing the opposite
And
of
let's
that.
put a rule: you don't introduce an option without evidence, because if that's the case, you can
No
say
option
that-
without evidence.
Yeah, no dalil, no deal is what we're gonna
No
say.
deal, no deal.
Dalil means evidence.
Yeah.
No dalil, no deal. Because you can do that with anything. Jesus was Lord in Islam.
Okay,
That's an option.
They're going to ask us, where's the evidence?
That's an option.
Yeah.
I can't just say that, right? I have to provide evidence. They're sitting there on the chair in the little Aladdin storybook saying this is an option. What makes me want to believe you without evidence? Nothing.
Crowd him.
So let's go back to what the these missionaries say though. Don't they say something about there's a mention of men in that hadith?
Okay.
You want to ask me about that?
Yeah. They understand it to mean, like I said, black men with long.
wait a minute. Hold on a second. Remember the first version of the hadith that he read, and it actually said men, and you pointed out, see, it says men.
Mm-hmm.
So remember, he's the one who brought the hadith, and it was his translation that said men. And now he's saying, oh, don't the missionaries say that it says men? Dude, you said it earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Genitalia. This is, it's like the opposite of the hadith. It's like doesn't even mention that.
Correct.
But yeah. So
He's talking about their penises and so on again, saying, but it doesn't say that. We already broke that down for you, buddy.
they use the term men. So you've already established.
Yeah, well, no, we were talking about this behind stage earlier.
Yeah.
So they say because the hadith says that to Ibn Mas'ud, the Prophet says, don't move from there, for there will come to you, who?
Men.
Men. So they're like, okay, therefore that's not
They
jinn.
are
This is how they set up their straw man.
Right.
Okay, they're humans. And this is why I want to go to the verse in Surah Al-Jinn right now.
Yeah.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وأنه
Oh, it's so powerful, I want to convert.
كان رجال من الإنس يعوذون برجال من الجن فزادوهم رهقا.
See, that's how it works, guys. You can make up a ton of things to respond to a story, and you can just keep making things up and make up meanings of words and make up rules and make up history and all this stuff. But if you recite the Quran, you must be right.
Yeah, it's like Muhammad Hijab when he tries to recite the
Yep.
Quran. It just sounds so ugly. Like these
Yeah.
guys have terrible voices when they do it. They're
He
like,
recited it to Jordan Peterson, and Jordan Peterson said, "No,
no.
I don't buy your app."
How about no?
وأنه, and verily there were, from كان رجال من الإنس, from humans, يعوذون, seeking refuge, seeking protection, برجال من الجن, min from the jinn. And in the hadith where it says, for the Prophet ﷺ talks to him, he doesn't say ins, he doesn't say humans. He just says, there will come to you rijal min, which the Quran tells us that jinn and humans, there are men from them.
So
then who is he getting banged by?
Men of jinn.
Men of jinn. We're willing to grant it. We'll grant it to you, Muslim cowboy. Men of jinn who look like men of al-Zutt.
that would then say that we believe as Muslims that the jinn have male and female, as human beings have male and female. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. Right? Unlike the angels who are genderless. They're not male, nor are they female. Yeah. And so this takes apart this idea that, okay, now they're saying, of course it says that they're men. Yeah, they're men from the jinn, right? And also, as I mentioned in other hadith, it talks about them being men. And if you're anyone who's not a schoolboy, if you're a proper scholar of anything, when we look in Islamic hadith, literature and in scholarship of hadith, you can't take one hadith in isolation. Just like you can't take one ayah in isolation, because there's not only the issue of nasikh wa mansukh, abrogation, there's also the issue of you're reading one thing, and when the Prophet ﷺ would teach it, he would teach it with other hadith. There was other things that came, certain periods of time, and so you have to understand it all together. And also, there might be a way that one Sahabi narrated something, and he narrated it correctly, but he left out a few information that another one gained. And so when you put it all together, this is how you get a full picture of what Islam says. And I'll give a perfect example, and this is where some people have gone wrong.
What do you guys think? There's about 10 minutes left of this video. Do we want to finish it, or do we think we've got everything?
I think we got everything. I just want to point out something real quick. This is not Muhammad teaching anything. It's Ibn Mas'ud narrating what he saw. So he's already wrong on that. But yeah, I think we basically covered it all.
Unless he has source that says this is when Muhammad talked back about this story, saying, giving more detail. Then I would grant that. But he doesn't do that. At least I don't think so.
Yeah.
He doesn't do that. Unless Muhammad clarifies what happened that night, which doesn't exist, I don't think.
Yeah, so I think we got their perspective that this would actually be about jinn, and we're saying, they say he's describing what he saw, and he describes it as there's some guys that look like men of al-Zutt out there. And then you have people say, this is about jinn, and okay, jinn are physical beings. Muhammad getting banged by men of al-Zutt, or Muhammad getting banged by jinn who took the form of the men of al-Zutt? We don't understand how either one of those would help you. But what you really want is Muhammad's going out into the desert to preach the Quran to jinn who are so eager to hear it that they're just kind of crowding around him, and why does this leave him in pain? And why do they use a word that means sex when you're talking about what someone's doing to another? So anyway, but yeah, guess what? We could grant your interpretation. Say, yep, Muhammad went out in the desert to preach to the jinn. We could grant that. But that would be a charitable interpretation. We've already told you why we're not going with charitable interpretations here. You guys made the rules. We're holding you to account with them. Seems like I do that a lot. Doesn't it? Doesn't seem like we end up doing that a lot. We say, okay, is this the rule, Sam? Is this the rule? This is the rule? You just start blasting people without hearing them out. Say, okay, well, we can do that. We can do that. You made the rule. All
Same measure.
Here we're doing it over and over again. Same measure. That's kind of all we do. All God logic does is read. All he does is read. All we do is apply your standard to you over and over again.
All we do is win.
All we do is win.
Yeah, it weeds out hypocrisy, isn't it? It weeds out people's hypocrisy.
Yep. All right, let's check these super chats. See if anyone's got anything interesting to say. Alexi says, I sit true what you said about freezing kids. I don't know what you mean about freezing kids. Reckon I dress up as the Zutt next Ramadan. Should you and 29 of your buddies. Just one or mo. That's a good idea. Praise God, I was atheist from age 12, but when I almost died, but Jesus saved me from death. Every word he said matched what he said in the Bible, and I never had read it before. Jesus is Savior.
Wow.
Sounds like he had a near-death experience and heard Jesus speaking and then read it in the Bible and said the same thing.
It's amazing. It's kind of like the dream that Nabil had.
Yeah,
It's,
yeah. Can you tweet a link to the Zutt story text? Yeah, if you go to my videos, I got a link. If you go to the videos I made about the Zutt, I include a link. They did Momo like Nick does Catboys. I don't know what that's about. Is that about Nick Fuentes being gay or something? I don't know. I try not to yawn so Satan doesn't enter my mouth, according to Islam. Maybe Muhammad should have taken his own advice in the desert with his other end on the night of Al-Zutt. That would have been a good idea. He probably forgot, like he forgot to eat his ajwa dates. Momo's a highway. Al-Zutt gonna ride him all night long. That's true. I have a question for Giant DOC about Ibn Masud. Why do you think the narration says, or something like that, so much embarrassment, obfuscation? You guys already talked about that a little bit, but
Yeah, I think it's embarrassment.
I just joined the stream. Is the Sam we're talking about Sam Shamoun? By the way, loved hearing your testimony. Yes, Sam's fans like bringing him up. And much like Sam, they don't like the consequences of the things they start. Is Muhammad called the ear because he lays in laps all the time? Yep. Some Muslims from the Punjab province of Pakistan are of Jat heritage. They are in denial about the Al-Zutt incident.
That's hilarious. We didn't do that. We didn't do that.
The Jats I've heard from that aren't Muslim, they've been bragging about it.
Yeah.
That's right. That is what we did to him. We're very proud of our ancestors. What do you say to Muslims who claim that those were jinns, not men, since the Diddy line wouldn't hold back the men? Well, the idea is if there was some like rule, you know what I mean? Some sort of like consent thing. Like, hey, don't touch anyone behind that line. You could consent. So to me, if we're now, everyone keep in mind, this is a weird story. That's why there's a lot to interpret here, and you could go in different directions on some issues. If you wanted to stick with the idea that it is the men of Al-Zutt, then, you know, an obvious question is, was it consensual or not consensual? Well, if they're actually following rules, okay, anything over here is free game, anything over there, no, that's just for watching. Then that makes it seem consensual. Like Muhammad's not being violently assaulted by these guys out in the desert. They're following rules and so on. So yeah, but as far as we've already talked about whether they were jinn or not. But getting banged by jinn, we've seen, doesn't sound much better. Based upon this stream, I am naming my something Muhammad and my dog Al-Zutt. That would be very Islamophobic. He looks like he's on Blue's Clues. Who's that? Muslim cowboy?
That's actually pretty funny. Yeah, they have the green screen kind of gives that effect.
Oh
They're
yeah,
like, okay,
yeah. The whole thing. Yeah, their whole green screen thing. It looks like something from a childish cartoon. He looks like a children's TV education program from 1995. Yeah, that is correct. Yeah. That's probably what it reminded me of.
Yeah.
Oh, look, other people said it too. Hamza's Den looks like an episode of Blue's Clues. That's funny that people were picking up on that. Will you guys collab with the Scottish Korean, the guy that talked about Al-Zutt on Sky News? Yeah, we talked about that earlier. I'm going to message him since he is apparently in the U.S. Fontaine loves you so much, he kept calling Chris David during their debate. Hilarious. Oh, that's funny. Listen, David. My name's Chris. Okay, David. That's funny. Funny. Tamagotchis are virtual pets that you have to take care of or they'll die. They were popular in the 90s and early 2000s. I had a few growing up. Well, if you're talking about the 90s, Kit Kat for Christ, while you were playing with your Tamagotchis, I was fighting every day of my life just to survive in the big house. Just kidding. Prison's pretty laid back and fun. I spent my time lifting weights and playing chess or playing spades and reading. Been looking forward to Zutt merch more than my birthday. Yep. We do need to figure out some Zutt merch. I just watched your testimony again, and it's not clarifying much about what happened regarding the girl. Please, could we just get some more detail? What happened? Thoughts about it then and now. No, you frickin' perverts. Like, what sort of frickin' pervert wants me to talk? Give us details about when you were 18 and you had sex with 13. Tell us more. What the heck is wrong with you, man? Eased? Oh, essayed. Essayed by Zutt suitors. Not this essay, homeboy. Not this essay, homeboy. Lol. Nice. 1. Al-Zutt assailed on the love ship Muhammad.
Oh yeah,
They assailed.
Oh.
the ship.
Al-Zutt left Muhammad with a lasting impression. Yes, they did. This looks like the Honey, I Shrunk the Kids set.
That's true.
Yeah, the book was half the size of his body. It was like, dude.
Authentic. Look, it's an authentic train of narration.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
Very,
Clever,
very.
clever comments.
Giant DOC is Al-Hakim Mustradak Sahih. That would depend on like the individual passages, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mustadrak. Yeah. It has a lot of sahih hadiths, but I don't know if every single one.
Yeah, like when they create them, like the scholars who are creating them, they try to. I mean, unless they grade them otherwise, they try to they'll specify if they don't think it is. But if
Yeah,
it's
you find
like,
it in the footnotes what he
Yeah.
thinks of these narrations.
Want to see this cowboy line dancing to Al-Zutt music? Hey, yeah, Muslim cowboy. We're planning to make a music video to go along with AP's Zutt song, and we want it in like a hillbilly place. And I'll be singing up on stage. I'll have a band. We'll have vocab as Prophet Muhammad, line dancing in front of the men of Al-Zutt. And if you want to be in the video with your cowboy hat, then I agree to have you in the video. So the offer stands. I didn't know Raymond Ibrahim is a missionary. I thought that he is an author and historian who speaks Arabic and read the Hadith. And now he has a new series, The Zutt Chronicles. Silly me. Yeah, Raymond Ibrahim, the missionary. They always say missionaries came up with this. You'll walk over, but you're limping back. Granny Clump to Muhammad. I don't know what Granny Clump is, but you'll walk over, but you'll be limping back. That makes sense. I need Al-Zutt country song remix that when talking about the desert, it inserts, you know what that smells like? They beat him in the desert. That'd be good. You and your story really has me rethinking life. Thank you, David. You are great. The Zutty man came... Oh, this is the highwayman. The Zutty men came riding. The Zutty men came riding up to Muhammad's door. That is the poem, The Highwayman. The highwayman came riding. The highwayman came riding up to the olden door. He'd a French cocked hat on his forehead, a bunch of lace at his chin, a coat of the claret velvet, and breeches of brown doe skin. Ha! Think I didn't know that poem?
That's beautiful.
You heard of the Indian in the cupboard? Yeah, my teacher read that to us in like 4th grade. Indian in the cupboard. Now we have Muslim on the bookshelf. Momo was just giving them horsey rides. Yep. That'll be once if they can't produce anything that says it means crowding, and we eventually get them to drop that, they'll say, no, he's just out there giving them horsey rides. They've been jinn for so long, they just wanted some horsey rides.
But then Ibn Mas'ud is like, you come over that line, you'll get wrecked.
Uh-huh.
It was just horsey rides and recitation, that's all.
Yeah, that's it.
I can explain the hadith. It is a metaphysical matter. That's the way to go. Wouldn't that be worse if Mo was ridden by demons? That's the issue. Oh, and Raymond Ibrahim has pointed out that one of the alternate meanings of the word, if it's used of a spirit being, can mean possessed.
That is correct. In the modern language today, when they want to say that a jinn possessed you, they say al-jinn rakabak. He did the rukub, yarkab on you.
So yeah, that it would be different. It would be a different meaning than Muhammad getting banged by the men of Al-Zutt. But yep, if you want to say among You can kind of rank the different possibilities here, right? So most obvious meaning, Muhammad got banged in the desert by the men of Zutt. And then Muslims changed the details a little bit later because it's embarrassing. Or Muhammad got banged by some jinn, or Muhammad was possessed by a bunch of jinn that night, or jinn were just crowding around him because they really wanted to hear the Quran. Okay, 3 of those are clearly better than the other, and they're all pretty bad for Islam. Muhammad's favorite movie would be Brokeback Mountain if he was here these days. Hey, we should have a Brokeback Mountain 2, The Night of Al-Zutt. D. Wood, you contradicted yourself. If these were Zutt men with long things, it would reflect the moonlight. It didn't, though, because they're jinn built like Ken dolls. That's a good point. Should compile a bunch of sources showing how gay Momo was and why that's problematic for Islam, seeing as how they talk about what to do with gays.
Yes.
Introducing our newest fragrance, Eau de Zutt. Guaranteed to grant you the virility of 30 men, made with the highest quality gin sweat and sandalwood. We need merch, guys. We need awesome merch. Introducing our newest... Hey, I already read that, man. Tried to trick me. Was Muhammad poked by 30 sticks? Yeah, they all brought their sticks to poke him on the side. They see me riding Muhammad, trying to catch me riding dirty. Trying to think what song that is.
They see me riding.
Trying to catch me riding dirty.
That one.
Okay, I got it. Save a camel, ride a false prophet. The Al-Zutt, probably.
Nice.
Screenshotting some of these because these are things I'll post on X and people will be like, David, you're so funny. Nope, I steal everything. Just joined the live. Has David seen Daniel Hakikachu's video yet he made calling David a pedo? No, have not seen it. But I'm sure there will be a time to make use of something like that. To be fair, today it could also mean something like riding equals nagging or teasing, but doubt the same in the 7th century Arabic, but no expert here, and what pain would be caused. Yeah, so if these guys wanted to go with English and you say they were riding him, yeah, that could mean, messing with him, making fun of him. Not in Arabic, though. You realize if they did manage to all ride at the same time, that means it wasn't like playing horsey. That's actually worse for their argument. Yeah, pretty bad. They're claiming
Who plays horsey all night?
Yeah, like 7-8 hours or 6-7 hours.
That's a lot of
desert
horse.
and play horsey. They're claiming Zutt just stood there all night. Lol. D. Wood, have you seen the terrorist attack in India? No, I have not. You guys heard about that?
No.
Me neither. I'll check it out, though. Granted, you were quoting Sam, but seeing D. Wood say MFer live on stream, what a time to be alive. Yeah, I was quoting stuff. I wouldn't have needed to if I stuck it up on the screen or something like that, but I guess I could have said something else, but I was just reading it as it was there. I think I figured it out. Momo and the Zutts were BJJ martial artists. It was a 7th century Brazilian jiu-jitsu tournament. This is Dawa's only chance at saving Mo. I have to say it's better than the one they came up with. It's a 7th century martial arts tournament. Muhammad won, but he was in pain. Why does their hardness come up if it's not segual? What? That may be a word whose meaning I do not know. It's as if the men of Al-Zutt could not stop crowding around his butt. The Samslamic dilemma should be a new angle. Samslamic dilemma. Probably can't argue it was rustling, different word. Yep. If we want to go in the martial arts direction. I'm serious when I say that's better than the crowding around him to hear the Quran one. More like your caboose. Oh, instead of your kabuna. Your caboose. I have a code name for wife around kids. Read Quran. I have a code name for wife around kids. Read Quran.
Oh, so he doesn't want to...
Oh, he doesn't want to say something rude.
So that's what Muhammad was saying with the jinn. I was reading the Quran to the jinn, guys. That's all I was doing. Reading the
Yeah,
Quran.
wink, wink. Read the Quran.
You got a purty mouth when you read that there Quran, boy. Men of Zutt. Yeah, that is from the film Deliverance. Do not watch it. They're crowding, unless you want to be traumatized. They're crowding something with the strength of 30 men. Yep. You all have to go read the comments under the original video. We
have time?
I forgot. No, it's not you could just we'll glance at the comments real quick right now. Right?
Oh yeah,
I forgot about that. Yeah, I forgot about that. I totally forgot. Thank you. That is a good point. The comments are indeed funny. So this is Hamza's den, right, guys? This is Hamza's den. Missionaries have fooled you about Zutt. That's why you have to listen to us as we make things up. Check out the comments, guys. Get zooted. Broke back Muslim here to explain. That's a Muslim cowboy. Just accept that it's over. These coverts are built for Zutt. Mashallah, brothers. May Zutt be upon you. Man, you look like you got ridden by Zutt as well. The Gays for Palestine movement makes a lot more sense now.
Oh, man.
The prophet wasn't sexually assaulted. Yes, it was consensual. Men of Zutt destroyed the career of Diddy Muhammad. Zutt really zooting into Muhammad. Another great achievement for Muhammad, who was already infamous for his Diddy work. Look at the coping faces built for the coping in the chat. Look how many thumbs up there are. Like these guys are you guys are amazing. These guys are getting wrecked, man. Not in the Zutt sense, but
where are the Muslims?
That's what I'm saying. The Christian or non-Muslims, I don't know who specifically, but like they're completely dominating the Muslim. This is a Muslim channel, by the way,
guys. It's a Muslim channel. They're responding to something that all the Muslims are complaining to these guys about, and it's all the people who are making fun of them that are all the top comments. I actually just want to scroll down until we see something that is agreeing with them or affirming that they did a great job explaining the story of Muhammad and the men of Zutt. The coping in the chat. Don't tell my 6-year-old wife what happened that night. That'll be a quote from Muhammad. Don't tell Aisha what they did to me. Without lies, Islam dies for real. We have timestamps. Which missionaries in your own hadith traditions you preserved? Imagine being a zlut. That could be a new word.
Oh.
I have a joke for you. What did Muhammad tell Zutt while packing his luggage?
What?
What did Muhammad tell Zutt while packing his luggage?
I
guess you're gonna click on the replies.
I need a ride. That's what he said.
He didn't answer it.
Come on, dude.
How are you not gonna give us the answer, man? It's got to be a good one. Without lust, Islam is dust. Muhammad rode men of Zutt all night. No, they rode him. Really, he loved all men of Zutt. According to Zakir Naik, even weak hadith are 50% real. So there was at least one Zutt doing some hard work. It's so over, dude. Zutt, and that's by the channel Zutt. Still not yet answered. The man of Zutt. My favorite story about Momo.
Hamza responded to that one.
He did. Oh, yeah, there's a Hamza icon.
Let's see what he said.
Okay, let's see. It only happened the way you think in your perverted mind.
He's just repeating himself.
Yeah, at least he, had a little happy face there, so it's a happy response.
Where are the Muslims? The fact that Muslims are not answering.
This is a Muslim channel, guys, and it's an issue Muslims are concerned about.
Yeah,
it means they didn't buy it.
They didn't buy it. Yeah,
that's why.
Homosexual behavior by the desert Arabs was and probably still is quite common. T.E. Lawrence made veiled references to this in 7 Pillars of Wisdom. Sir Richard Burton also wrote about it. And we know the Bazi boys are very popular in Afghanistan and so on. Yes, Zutt makes more sense when you remember the hadith that Muhammad wore women's clothes. That's true.
I think that the algorithm just destroyed him because it's like all the
Christians.
Yeah, like the Christian shit. Anyone who talks about Zutt, it's like. Then it starts coming in the feed. Then you watch this video about Zutt. Let me give you another video about Zutt. Mm-hmm. But no Muslim probably has that in their feeds. So it's
it came to us.
It all came to us. We're like, okay, let's put the comment section.
Let's see. Pooh goes out, not in. These two look so desperate. This argument is even more ironic and acoustic than the dilemma. Lol. Hamza, they rode him all night and he came. David Wood himself said it, that he will use the least favorable interpretation when quoting hadith. This guy isn't hiding it anymore. He can't defend his own belief. So here you have someone who doesn't seem to understand the point. If you guys are just lying when you go to our scriptures, then don't demand that we give you the favorable interpretation when we're going to your sources. So it's just a matter of consistency. And this guy can, how dare you not go with the most favorable interpretation? But we got to someone who's actually on Hamza's side on this. Just had to go really far down the comments to find one. But yeah, not going well, guys. Let's see.
Hello. Just turn the comment sections off.
Yeah,
Like they were like all against him.
I have to say, hats off to Hamza for not just blocking all these comments and so on.
Yeah,
and not blocking
like
all these
he
guys.
even gave like a laughing face at one of them. He's like,
yeah. That's what I mean. I mean, he's kind of like giggling a little bit, like got a grin on his face when he's talking about the story and stuff. That's what I mean. Sounds like someone I could get along with if we were sitting around having a discussion. Hello, D Wood. I'm an introvert. Every time I'm in a crowded space, I am in terrible pain, not in a Zutt sense. That's good. You don't want to be in pain in a Zutt sense. D Wood, I'm ready to buy D Zutt drink to last for 8 hours. Yep, you need it. We'll even have in our commercial, we'll have quotes from clips of like the Muslim cowboy saying 7 or 8 hours. My wife never quotes the Quran when I crowd around her, but she has been known to shout, what is this? D Wood, can your admissions cause legal trouble to you? Seriously doubt it. I doubt you're going to have police kicking down my door because they want to solve something from 30 years ago. So, seriously doubt it. But cops, if you're watching, want to prove me wrong, come at me, bros. Mo must have been leaking for days. Yeah, pretty gross. According to them, Muhammad recited the Quran so much that his butt hurt. That proves that the ears are the real leather straps of the anus. Yep, you could put these passages together and make sense of them. Now I have doubts about the semen on Mo's garments. Whose semen was that? It could well be men of Al-Zutz. What do you guys think? Yeah, I actually used that in my in one of my videos. I made 2 videos about Muhammad and Al-Zut. I think the second one's called something like Muhammad's secret source of manliness or something like that. But you could check that out. Yeah, I actually tied some of these things together, and I pointed out, like, if you believe that you can actually inject your virility into another person and so on, and then we think, he had to get the tank topped off by D.L. Kalbi every once in a while, it kind of makes sense why he's walking around covered in semen. I'm about 220 behind in this stream. Here's my jizya, but not in the Al-Zut sense. It's good that everyone knows that everyone now picks up on things that if they say them can be interpreted in the Al-Zut sense. So they have to clarify that it's not in the Al-Zut sense. Maybe it was 30 angels, Gabriel. Angels are jinn, aren't they? It's 30 D.L. Kalbis out there. I wonder if Al-Zut will come up in Sam's lawsuit. According to him and King Siv, we need their permission to bring it up because we got it from them. Wait, what? Did they say we got it from them? Wait, what?
I don't understand.
He's saying that we got the story of Al-Zut from Sam and King Sil.
No, I knew
What?
I knew about the story from years ago.
Yeah.
We covered it on another channel even from years ago. I've got the date.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's one of Sam's things. Like, I taught David everything, and that's one of his big things that he says. Yeah. This is a lie. Anyway,
The story exists in my language way before I was a Christian years ago.
Yeah, I don't know if this comment's joking or something like that, but no, I don't think I ever heard this from Sam, or I don't even know who the other guy is. I mean, I've seen his channel. I can't picture him in my head. I know he was one of the guys who criticized AP or something like that. But no, I heard this from some of the Arabic-speaking Christians who criticize Islam, who over the years have said, "Hey, why don't you make a video about the Al-Zutt?" And it was always just like, I just never got around to it. And it was when Raymond Ibrahim posted a video on it. I was like, oh, now seems like a good time to check out this story a little more carefully.
But does that mean that everyone who ever hears a story from someone has to seek permission before they spread it? So everyone who ever learns anything from us needs our permission every time they want to tell someone?
Yeah, you got my permission. You got to have our permission, guys. Lots of you heard the Al-Zutt story from this channel, and therefore get my permission.
That's crazy.
What kind of nonsense is that?
Just so you all know, you all have my permission to share that story.
Yeah, it's all Sam's pride that it's just all got to his head. But I think I have in that theory about how Muhammad got all of that stuff on his garment, I think because it's on the outside of it.
It must be
someone from the outside, like, doing it to him, rather
because
than
it's visible from the outside.
Rather being his, from the inside.
If it was his, it would have been on the inside.
Yeah.
There's absolutely no proof in the Quran about Angel Gabriel coming to Zutted Mo. That's so fabricated. That's true. It was Al-Zutt's internal critique of Muhammad. The Al-Zutt's internal critique of Muhammad. Muhammad was crowdsourcing strength from Al-Zutt. It's crowdsourcing. Hang on. I got to screenshot these. These are awesome.
What does crowdsource mean?
Crowdsource is like you have your like you get a bunch of people to work on it for you too. But yeah, the idea is
I see.
Oh, so he was getting all their strength from
That's awesome.
That's a good joke. Yeah, it's a good joke.
I'm going to take my prophet to the Old Town Road. I'm going to ride till I can't no more.
Gonna take my prophet to the Old Town Road.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know that sign. Rolling with Abdullah, smoking hashish, rolling with Abdullah, smoking hashish, hating on gin and juice. With Al-Zutt on Muhammad and Muhammad on my lap. Nice.
It's pretty much what happened.
Yeah. Daniel Pikachu made X post about your confession. Oh no, the world's leading defender of child marriage is coming at me. Aye there, Tox. You sure got a purty mouth. We've had multiple references to deliverance. D-Wood acts like Muhammad and attacks him. Weird. Wait, what? D-Wood acts like Muhammad and oh yeah. Yeah, I get it. That's their criticism. The comments on Hamza's video are hilarious. Yeah, we checked those out. I'm glad someone mentioned it because I totally forgot. Is there any historical evidence to say what the Diddy line could mean? Did lines in sand mean anything in pre-Islamic culture? No, I have to say, if you're looking for what things could possibly mean, that's why I made the video saying, well, there was this belief in certain areas about injecting your manliness and virility. So it's possible, but it's possible that this is sort of what's underlying Muhammad, the whole thing. But yeah, if anyone stumbles across some reference to drawing lines for things in the desert and stuff like that, be good to check those out at some point if you come across them. I remember one story as far as drawing the line. I don't know why I remember this. I think it was Pompeii. Some people say Pompey, but Pompeii. I think it was Pompeii. He showed up to, I think it was to Israel. And was it there? I read this. I read this when I was in prison, but I thought the story was funny. But he shows up with the Roman. They got their navy there and stuff like this. They show up, and they tell this guy to surrender. And he says, "I'm going to need some time to think about it." And Pompey draws a line around him in the sand and says, "Take as long as you want, but do not step out of that circle without your decision." That's kind of, I don't know. That was kind of badass. I think those are the two people, but I could be getting the people wrong, but that's what I think it was. Muhammad did Brokeback Mount him with Al-Zutt. Brokeback Mountain. Were black stones put in a latrine while men... what do you mean? The particular black stone or just black stones in general? People did all kinds of things in latrines. Still wondering where his leather strap was in all this. Perhaps that revelation came after. Also, they seem pretty excited about horsey rides. What about maybe it's horsey rides. It was hobby horsing. Mo invented it. Mo invented the hobby horse. Can y'all believe D. Wood would protect someone knowing they have done such horrible things? Monster. That's true. D. Wood, cops, come at me, bros. Me, nah, Zutt, number one, you good. Was at the end of Sam's live on Sunday when King Civ, when King Civ came up, seems like it was removed.
I don't know anything about that.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about it. Muslim Dawa polemics tactics summary. No, you. That's about right. What's the difference?
Wait, is that the part of the stream where Sim showed the black eye? Is that part? Maybe this thing Sim removed that. I'll take a look. I'll check.
Yep, I don't know.
He's not known to really remove stuff though, but we'll see.
What's the difference between D. Wood and Mo? D. Wood spent time in a penal colony. A penile colony spent time in Mo. Very, very Islamophobic stuff.
I'm still there.
And last one here. Are there any J. Smith arguments you agree with? Oh, I agree with a ton of J. Smith's arguments over the years. And didn't really have a problem when he was arguing that Muhammad didn't exist because, they're attacking the reliability of the Muslim sources and so on. And I was in favor of pushing that as hard as you can, not in the Zutt sense, but, pushing the argument as hard as you can. But yeah, when you're making a bunch of arguments made on completely made up things, that's just bad. And if you're doing it and you're just talking to some, amongst your friends and tossing these theories around and stuff like that, that's one thing. If you're trying to make it to where this is the Christian approach to apologetics, dealing with Islam and so on, and you're just making things up, that you got to be called on that before it spreads. Bad. It will be bad. All right, guys, final thoughts on anything before we head out? Been going 4 hours.
Yeah. 4 hours. But we need to, one day we'll have to go like 7 or 8 hours, and like for Zutt, we'll do it for Zutt and Muhammad. We'll do like a 7 or 8 hour stream.
Yeah, Zutt did it for 6-7 hours.
Yeah, so one day, guys, you'll get that stream from us.
Okay, maybe after more of these guys respond, and it's great. Once I clicked on this, then I started seeing something. They're usually like shorts and stuff like this of Muslims trying to respond to the story of Zutt. But yeah, maybe one day after it's maybe we'll look at the anniversary of when we popularized the argument, and maybe we'll gather all the Muslim responses to it and just go all night long. We'll start at like 11 or something like that, and just go all night long about Muhammad and Zutt.
Yeah. So yeah, this is a moral of the story for Muslims is, and this is what I was trying to say at the beginning of the stream, but I want to emphasize it even more, that this is not even an uncharitable interpretation of the hadith. Actually, I think it makes more sense of it than their reading of it. And but I'm saying, even if there is an uncharitable interpretation, that's the rule. So that's what you Muslims are doing. You set the standard, you set the rule. And so long as it's not being done, like they said, in like a lying way or some kind of like dishonoring way to God or something like that. But if it's within the realm of possibility, and there's an actual way to interpret it that makes Muhammad look worse than another interpretation that may be more, probable, well, based on their rule, based on their measure, we're just going to keep saying the other one until they start realizing, hey, maybe we should stop doing that to their text, start doing that to them. But yeah, so that's the Muslims, guys. They're doing videos, even laughing themselves about Zutt. So keep doing your thing, guys. Go to their channels and make fun of Zutt. Make them respond more and more, because as you guys can see, it's really funny. And yeah, pray for them, pray for their repentance, pray that they come to the Lord Jesus. And yeah, that's what I have to say. What do you say?
I say Zutt. That's all I have to say.
Zutt, okay.
Yeah, where did that, I just saw it. So we had here, if we're going all night long, we need to do it in 15-minute increments. That was a good one. And Catherine here said, get that line from Deliverance. And, Deliverance has come up a couple of times. And the famous line from that movie is, squeal like a pig, boy, squeal like a pig. But I might suggest to AP that he insert that, not in the Zutt sense, but that he insert that into his Zutt song. Somewhere in there in the background, squeal like a pig. That could actually add a little something to the powerful song. All right, guys, thanks for joining us. Thanks for sticking around. We had a bunch of people here, and for me, notice the similarity with the Islamic dilemma. That we spend years using an argument. They try to ignore it as long as they can. They finally start responding, and you start looking, wow, you guys keep having to make things up to respond. That actually tells us something about the argument, because, hey, we're putting out the Islamic dilemma. It's always possible that some Muslim has some awesome response to it that I just never heard, right? So you don't know how people are going to respond until they start responding. And so if they spend years refusing to respond, you don't know. Maybe there is something I've missed here. Maybe there is some brilliant response and I've just missed it all along. And maybe the next Muslim who comes along, he's going to give a brilliant response to that. It's always possible. But then they start responding. You start debating, and it's like, wow, your responses are just total garbage. And you have to keep making things up. This makes me think the argument is indeed really, really solid. And then you guys can't come up with a good response. Same thing with the Zutt story, although it's much, much quicker in that we haven't been using it nearly as long, but it's the same thing. We bring out the old Zutt story and say, hey, this sounds really creepy. Huh. Well, let's start sharing the story over and over again and see if we can get them to respond. They finally respond, but guess what? It's the same thing. It's like, maybe there's some awesome response to this that we haven't considered. Maybe they're just going to come and say, you idiots, look, here's what it obviously means. Here's the lexicon. This is what the word means. It's got nothing to do with what you guys are saying. We're waiting for that. And then they come up with responses, and here it goes. It's, the word means this. Oh, prove it. You can't. The word can't mean that. It obviously does. We showed the sources. And so that response right there from the Muslim cowboy and Hamza should give you the indication that this argument is not easy to refute. Why? The story just sounds really messed up and creepy. And you can interpret it in different ways, whether it's men of al-Zutt or jinn who appeared looking like men of al-Zutt or something. None of that works well for them. And so they come up with this absurd interpretation. It's just Muhammad reciting, preaching to jinn in the desert, and they're crowding around him. That doesn't fit. And so look like we're on to something, guys. Looks like we're on to something. And we have here, David, can you play Sam's response to the grape allegations you posted on Acts 17?
There's a shorts on Act 17 where if you don't want to play it, well, it's up to you if you want to play it or not. But someone said, "Is it true that you raped your wife before?"
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, the short. Yeah. I didn't post that. That was Eric, your brother in Christ. So yeah, him and L run that channel. But yeah, I don't want to play. I don't know. No, I'd have to get the video and stuff like that. But I'll just tell people, you can go check it out, everyone. You can go check it out as soon as we're done. You can go over to Act 17 Polemics, and it's a short that I think was released like yesterday or something like this. But yeah, someone came into the chat with Sam and said, "Why'd you grape Michelle?" And Sam replied, what did he say? I did it. Oh, he said,
I'll do your mother too.
He said, I wanted to do it to your mother. And yeah, it was, but it was pointed out that he didn't deny it. He said, basically, I did it because this. And, you could say he's just being sarcastic or something like that, but really, really, really weird way to respond. It's pretty creepy. You're responding to, hey, why'd you do that to this woman? He says, because I wanted to do it to your mom. Not good. But anyway, yeah, people can check that out. Really weird stuff. All right, everyone. Thanks for joining. Be back here pretty soon with something else. That'll be dope. Catch y'all next time.